in 5th position right now on the leaderboard, hoping to get into that top 4 to get that direct ticket to the finals later in the tournament. We saw how the 5th and the 6th position can contest in yesterday. Can we maybe see an upset here instead today?
Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if we did. It is looking so close, as a lot of these teams are quite equal no matter what kind of day they had the other day. They are pretty equal of skill. You see, it's a lot of consistency across the leaderboard. So I wouldn't be surprised if the Lionesses had to fight very hard for their spot here. For that 4th place, I think a lot of, even the top 4, have a lot of defending to do.
Look, they've got to be able to prove it, though, on all of our maps. And the other one that we haven't touched on yet is Miramar. And that really has been a big decider. Yes, I think Erangel separates the best from the slightly less good teams that we have in each of our lobbies. But also, yes, you've got Miramar here, which is one of those longer maps about that positional advantages that you can be able to garner. I think we saw a big shape up in Miramar maps where a lot of the teams really did struggle, especially with how difficult those Miramar zones were, and I think it also exposed some of the mistakes that we were seeing out of our teams and out of our ladies yesterday.
Yeah, I think Miramar's a really good one for, as you exposing some of those mistakes, or maybe even just weaknesses of a team, particularly when you're talking about rotational skill and kind of what those strategies, you're looking at much slower rotations. You're looking at teams who are faster, taking advantage of those rotations. You're talking about, very strange zones. I got to be fair to the girls. We've had some pretty wacky zones so far this time around. It's not helped their cause at all. But they've made it work, and they've made it work to such a degree that it's still so close today. So I want to see maybe some safer zones just so we can see what these girls are really, really made of without having to worry about the water all the time. But I think, it's going to be interesting to see who shaped up their strategies a little bit. I know we saw that coming into day 2 of Group A. We started to see some of those teams actually make improvements from day 1 coming into day 2. So I'm hoping that we're going to be seeing the same on this day for Group B.
So you're not hoping to see any crater field shenanigans or big open fields? We're not looking for that?
Yes, we are. We are looking for that. But for the teams, I gotta be nice to them at some point. But yes, I am hoping for that.
You don't have to be nice at all for these teams. We can sit here and enjoy the spectacle of the evil zones nature. There's always an excitement in difficulty for these players. As we jump ourselves on into our first game of the day, we also should mention, as this plane path flies through, that for those teams who reach the final, they will be in the shot for a $7,000 prize pool, as well as 80,000 UC credits. So a big pointer for these teams, a big possibility, or should I say, thing to entice them in to these finals and to get those top 4 positions, should I say, is this plane path is going to be a fairly okay one. It does allow teams to rotations to the mid side and Sovnovka. It's only that north side of Erangel, right, that takes a little bit of legwork.
Yeah, it is indeed. So I think, we're going to see a few of these teams potentially there's going to be a bit of a scramble for vehicles at this point in time. But you know what? That's what secondary drops are for. It's for these zones where you can't hit up Severny or even Yasnaya without some difficulty. And so you go Millie base instead. But it doesn't seem like anyone's done that today. We're going to be looking over to Novos. One is going Novo, but most of them have decided to go for that southern coastline. So depending on where that zone goes, the evil in me is saying please go north, but I think this will be interesting no matter where it goes.
And I think that's one of the interesting points, in that both of these groups so far, they haven't actually really, I believe any of them went to that Sovnovka military island and towards the military base. Sure, we got the Eagles right now going to Novo, but that's about the extent of teams on that South Island. And the only time we really saw teams competing on that South Island was the very first game of the tournament, right? When that zone forced these ladies to go to that South Island in what probably, I would say, was still our hardest zone.
Yeah, it definitely was the hardest one right off the bat, I think. Yeah, it is interesting how we just do not see anyone go to the islands. I think it's become a little bit of a trend that I'm seeing in esports in general, in PUBG and esports anyway. That we're starting to kind of avoid the islands a little bit. They feel too difficult at this point in time. I don't know if it's the new point system that's changing how teams think about gatekeeping or weak points or something like that. But I am seeing, I'm seeing a little bit of hesitancy to actually go to these islands. So it is interesting that they have decided no one is going to go there, except, of course, the ones over by Novo. But for this zone, Wolf, it looks like a good idea. Now, I do want to say, Wolf, just as an aside while we wait for these girlies to loot on app, last couple of seasons, I kept forgetting about it, but we used to do predictions before every game.
Are you telling me to be like Glitter Explosion and predict the team that's going to win? Because unlike Glitter Explosion, I cannot predict the team that wins. I think I've got it once. These teams. Usually the team that I predict ends up, they don't do badly, but they don't win. Like, I automatically, whoever I say, does not go through. The one thing I will say, though, is while I think about who I want to win this game and who I think can win, is Georgia Pole in terms of map movements and changes. We have seen in this tournament a lot of the ladies and a lot of the squads going towards this city. Is there a reason why we've moved away from this Sovnovka island? Yes, the bridge is being one part of it in the rotation difficulties there, but then you also have the similar issue, right, with Georgia Pole. A lot of key bridges to that high ground of the mountain still around there. And with these three teams, it does cluster up Georgia Pole a little bit.
It does. That is an interesting kind of point to be making there because, it is quite busy up there. Normally I don't remember yesterday it being quite so crowded, so it could be just due to the zone that we're seeing so many teams. I think it's just because it's not, it's landlocked a little bit that you're able to actually make bigger rotations. There's always somewhere to go that isn't a boat station if you can't use the bridges. So I think it's a bit of a better, it feels more safe. It feels that way, even if it isn't. It does feel more safe for a lot of these teams, but it is interesting that we're seeing three of them up there. That's really unusual.
Yeah, and here over Pachinki as well, we can see the Lakers Monarchy on your screen. I think Lakers, one of these teams that I would argue, and there's a few of them down here, Woman Moment, I think, being another one of those at the bottom of the leaderboard, who I really want to see perform today. I think we saw in yesterday's games, the teams at the bottom kind of just fell off a bit towards the end of the tournament and didn't manage their opportunity to get those points on board. Now, you can get 300 USC. You saw the code on your screen. The first one, by the way, to grab it will be able to get 300 UC. Just go on into the game, put that code in the UC redeem space, and you will be able to grab 300 UC for yourself. But it is only one code, it's only one opportunity, so first come, first serve.
Yes, absolutely. Get that UC, get all styling. Maybe you can look like one of these girls in your own competitive matches. We love to see it. We do have a little bit of injury going on here, not surprising considering how many teams actually kind of grouped up together. You do have a little bit of damage onto a player from your Could, but what I'm looking at is before you. They have one at half health. Fenerbahce even worse at the moment. I think there's probably some shots being fired as we speak. That is very interesting, though, that we are kind of seeing already there are some injuries happening.
You're right, and you can now also see, even on the edge of this hospital side, Kill Lionesses, the team that we talked about, right, they're currently in this 5th position, they're on the border of getting inside of that top 4, really hoping that we get to see also some contention around that top 4. Yeah, sure, Denise Bank Wildcats, they did have a couple bad games in the middle of yesterday, but it was realistically the same top 4 teams that we started with, continuing to make those momentum with the points and being able to stay inside that top 4. We never saw a change. I want to see that contention.
Yeah, I mean, I think that would be really, really fun. Certainly for us, it'd be really fun for there to be upsets and surprise twists and things like that. And I think with this, I think this group has more potential to do that just because, as you said, I think more of the teams are more volatile when it comes to getting that aggression, getting those points. And that's why we're seeing such a close leaderboard. I mean, it was close at the end of day one for Group A, but it wasn't this close. So I think we could see a little bit more suspense coming in to today, but we won't hold you in suspense any longer for those UC codes, because right after the last one, there's another one up on screen for you. Same procedure as the last one, so just go ahead and grab that if you missed the first one.
Yeah, I'm wondering if someone has grabbed it yet, because if you don't grab it by the end of the stream, guys, I'm totally going back to the stream and I'm definitely grabbing it. So make sure you put that code in, because you know for a fact Marlon Wolf is putting that code in his PUBG account later on if you don't do it. So make sure you get that code in your pockets while you can. We see a couple of rotations here on the map as Eagles are making their way through. There is one of Yakut holding that information on the bridge, which I think is a really smart thing from them, having that scout to keep an eye on those potential teams roaming around to the South Island, especially given the way that plane path initially did drop. So I think that will give them a good advantage of information, but they do have to be careful not to get caught, as again, with Eagles, that could be a 1v1 that leads into the full Eagle squad coming and pressuring down Yakut solo member. You also see a big series of rotations from the side of Fenerbahce, $1 Million Babies. It could be an interesting two-way fight here between the two, even Lakers moving one of their players, oddly enough, towards the edge of that zone to get some information on those rotating teams, but that is two of our top four that could end up fighting.
Yeah, they absolutely could, but really heads-up plays from both the Lakers and who's down there, Yakut. Really, really nicely played by both of them there, I think, just to kind of be aware of what the common rotational paths are in those areas, depending on the playing zone. And they've just kind of gone, you know what, there could be people here and there could be people here, so let's go check that out. So it's a really nice heads-up play from them. However, it looks like Yakut might be just only getting that info, because I don't see her anywhere now, and Eagle Esports able to just move across the bridge without any trouble at all.
Yeah, and you know what I'm really enjoying is that we still have all of our players inside the game at near the end of the stage 1 mark, and I think that's testament to the improvement that the players are making. We've not actually seen all of these players survive, and know there's always room for 1 or 2 eliminations. You can see Eagle driving and actually crashing into Fenerbahce here as they will look for the fight. Melzi on her own, though, versus the two of Fenerbahce is a tall task to take up, but they won't even be able to find one knock so far. You can see Letty and Purple moving over to Fenerbahce as Fenerbahce actually herding around the backside of Eagle, and it will be, however, Fenerbahce Alina losing their life first. $1 Million Babies, we mentioned them in the background, also having a third party in this fight, and a bit of an impact for themselves, holding down Fenerbahce's movement.
Wow, that's a really interesting kind of crash that ended up happening there. We saw them over onto that eastern edge, but I didn't really think they'd be over here already. I thought they'd kind of stay over there and fight, but no, it's like a three-way fight over here. And somehow the Eagles have just poofed. I don't know how Melzi was able to escape that, but she did, and the Eagles have gone on their separate ways, leaving these two to fight it out. These three even, there's the Lakers.
Yeah, Lakers as well here. You, of course, saw that solo scout, so they definitely know that there is some fighting. There is the possibility of a third party in the area for themselves. They also do have these upper northern eastern teams rotating in as well, so you can see why Esports was one of them. We saw on the map earlier there is another team, I believe, also that was rotating there too, ahead of White. So they are a bit surrounded here by teams. Again, they might have to be careful, and I do appreciate that hovering around the hillside here of Pachinki just allows them that information for now. They don't need to engage in one way. They don't need to force a fight necessarily just now. As that zone has moved in, it does actually itself cut off a little bit of the zone going into the water, which inevitably will be that it restricts some of the movements of these players. And as you mentioned in previous games, right, the beach now may be looking quite favourable in those compounds, those hills towards the western edge.
Yeah, I really like this from Yakut. You know, as you were saying, those coastal areas are really, really nice when it comes to these zones. I think the Lionesses have a good spot, and Yakut have a great spot here. They've got a nice little spread. It's a little wide. You start thinking about getting into those late games, that late part of the game, rather. But at the moment, it's definitely a really nice info gathering, controlling sort of spread to have. The rest of the girls are going to have to fight it out a little bit. It looks like they might just end up taking pot shots at each other for the moment, but Million Dollar Babies do want this compound from Onyx, and it looks like we're going to have a 5 on our hands, Wolf.
Indeed, and that will be the first knock, is that Nessa will go down to the $1 Million Babies. It's a 1-up for now, as Kitty going to prep the nade here. Will not be able to find the angle, but does find one moving around. Going to shoot through the nade past the window. Is Kitty still here, keeping an eye, and will find the second elimination knock here, as Suda will fall down. It's 2 up in a clean fight so far for $1 Million Babies, but they need to finish these revives potentially off before they come back up. As Kitty will fall down, Battle will be a second as they come around the corner, and immediately it's down to 1 as Joker will be able to find a revive for themselves. It's now to a 2-on-2, but Onyx, this time that they've been able to buy for themselves, so revives will be coming up. You can see also Monica holding the line with the nade. Again, going to catch Joker down to half HP as they move slightly further forward, lay down the smokes, but I believe they might just, go for a retreat here. We don't want to engage. It would be a bit awkward coming around the back. They will go behind the roadside. They're going to flip over. Oh, it's so almost clean, but they fall back down into the gutter. Yoko and Rasper, I think that actually is better here for themselves. As you can see definitely before you as well on the right side would be a potential team that could take out a compromised $1 Million Babies here.
Yeah, that's a very odd turn to that fight there. They looked pretty good going into it, but they just kind of fizzled out in the end, unfortunately. Onyx getting those 1v1s, looking very nice at the moment. And they saved their full entire squad along with 2 eliminations. So that's actually a really nice fight from Onyx. They're quite happy that DLR decided to go ahead and try and crash them because they have those points now and still the full squad. So that's really nice for them. Women Moment, they've been up into the north side for ages. I was watching them be on the edge there over by North Georgia Pole. They finally come down into zone at the moment, but somehow have lost 2 of their players. We didn't quite see that there, but that is a shame because, again, this is a team that I've had my eye on, and they just can't seem to have a break here, and this game looks like it's going to be what's the word? No, exception. There we go.
Exception, that's the word. I don't know what we were looking for. I was in my brain. I was calculating the words for you.
I wanted to say obsession for some reason. I'm like, that's not it, but okay. Anyway, Inception, here we go. There's another word I should practice saying because I'm going to forget it. Looking at white this time round. Logica from the Lioness is getting another one of the Women Moment down in the kill feed there. Rin going down this time. That is a big shame for them. They need these points so very much. They're currently sitting on 9 points. So not a whole lot going their way for this game at least. But hey, you know what? We have that Sandhawk coming.
True, and all of those points have been able to garner so far for Women Moment was actually in eliminations, but I think Rin here really just getting themselves a bit caught out in amongst those hay bales. It will be V-Nature who is able to finish the elimination off, and they will grab themselves their second point of the game so far. You can see as well a couple more of the Women Moments players roaming through. I doubt they'll be making the same mistake, and I assume they'll be making that wide rotation around to avoid KR Lionesses.
Yeah, I mean, KR Lionesses actually have a really good spot here. We saw that coming into the next that circle when we last saw the map. It was looking really good. Heads up play from Lakers here. We see the zone has shifted towards the coast again, so we're going to be looking at a fairly hefty ocean zone there. Never mind, we're going inland just slightly, but it is going to be hospital, so we are going to be seeing maybe the team of the Lionesses trying to get back to that hospital area, but they might be just a little too late because Yakut are already on the move and Galacticos are closer.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm entirely a fan of the hospital side. I do get that there is some hillside ridge just towards the eastern side and the south. You have a bit of opportunity to take on teams who are approaching the more flat and open area, coming up towards that hill. But I really like the side of PNC here, or PNCR Destiny, should I say, who are making their way towards the mountain. And that high ground is really going to be so opportune for them. On looking at all of those teams rotating in through the east and those southern portions, and then you can even see now the Lakers even trying to contest this location for how powerful it is. Meanwhile, though, Fenerbahce are going to get one of the elimination feed onto the 4U as a little bit of tension breaks in on the south.
Yeah, this is really interesting. As you said, PNCR have a great position here as long as they can hold it. If the zone continues to go to the west side, that side of the mountain is actually, I think, a little bit easier to move off of the mountain there, just because you don't tend to have that many teams over there, and it's an easier descent, so you can just book it and have as little damage as possible. So it's a good mountain to be on when the zone is going to that side. However, if the Lakers take that over, PNCR aren't going to have much choice but to be sandwiched as they retreat back down the mountain. So this could go both ways for them. At the moment, Lakers Monarchy look to be kind of doing the right thing here, but this mountain is such a tricky place to actually, try and do anything with, especially when they're up at that point. It's so very open. I'm not sure if this is just not going to fizzle out a little bit.
Yeah, I think we may be on a bit of a stalemate here. I don't assume we could see too much come through from these teams. We have to see how they'll be able to fight against each other, but Lakers definitely in a bit of a pinch if that zone does move towards more of that westerly end, where they then would have to look to contest either PNCR or end up having to move down to that south end. But as you can see, there is a lot of teams roaming around on that south side of upwards of Gatka in towards that hospital and that mountainside, as you said.
There really is. I think the Eagles have a great spot as well, up by that Science Center, I think it's called, something like that. But Regnum Karya, I want to say, Team Kasich, or Kasich Limerence rather, they have a great spot. Regnum Karya have a better one because they're looking at Kasich right now. And so I think this is a pretty nice little bit of a rotation from Regnum Karya because you have that dip. They're in that kind of hill around the field. So it is very open. You don't really want to have anybody from the mountain looking at you. But as long as you don't, you are in a pretty good spot here. Unfortunately for Kasich, as good as that spot is, it's an excellent spot now, but now they could very well get sandwiched here as the Eagles potentially look to push into this compound. So they're going to have to be very, very careful. Unfortunately, the Lakers, they put all their bets onto that mountain. It's not going to work for them, and PNCR could end up taking some shots on this retreat.
Yeah, PNCR, I think they are going to maybe avoid the Lakers here as well. You can see the Lakers try and make potentially this wider rotation to happen, and I think that is the answer here. You don't want to come across that road into the very open fields of Gatka. So although you do have these teams like KR, for example, on the top side of that map, you can still find maybe a bit of a better opportunity to fight and better ground to fight on that northern end. $1 Million Babies, though, still stuck on the edge of this Gatka side. It will be Inception that has spotted them at the moment. They should be aware that $1 Million Babies, if they get one knock here, start to realize that, hey, this is a team that has already been damaged. We can continue to fight on them. And with that knock, they should understand that with Razva's name on the feed, it will be only one more player if they're keeping track that they need to take care of. Yoko, unfortunately, I think this may just be the end. It's Regnum Karya on the other end. This is the defense, right? And you can see they have lost a couple players here, but Regnum, I think, have a very, very opportune spot here inside the zone. And as you said, with that dip, they can, if they can hold it from all of these teams coming in, I think they can really take advantage of that big, wide open space around them to shoot at people from.
Yeah, absolutely. And my money's very much on Regnum for making it, perhaps not winning. It's very, very open. You have to, a lot of things have to go right for them to win it from this position, but definitely to make top 5 and get a lot of elimination points while doing so. I definitely see that for them. Hard to Kill have done well as well to get into this position right up behind the Eagles. But guess who else is there? It is, Inception. It is Inception, so they're going to be coming up as well. This south side's gotten super duper busy. Hard to Kill going to try and fend off who they can, but it looks like, getting shot over there by Regnum, so that's a big, wide range that they've got over there in those fields, and unfortunately we do lose PNCR. They went from King of the Mountain to Queen's of the Lobby, unfortunately, so we are going to see them get out of here while we wait for the rest of these teams to sort themselves out. And White, now White in the north side, looking like to the play zone, no less, looking like they're feeling the pressure.
And Onyx here as well. They have been holding up in this zone on the edge, but you can see that shift that's gonna force them up, and you can see even Kazakh Limerence, they are the other team here. They have the ability to hold on with a compound on top of, realistically, as we said, Regnum, having that other position that is really holdable in this final zone. However, all of these other teams, they're really going to want to be waiting as long as they can, because they don't want to be the first team to go forward. If you are that first team to make that move in, you end up being caught out by a lot of teams around you, and you are the target, the first one of them, all of these other teams. At the same time, moving in at the last moment, if all of these teams are, of course, doing it, it does create a bit of chaos that we're going to see in about the next 45 seconds.
Yeah, definitely. You make such a good point. You do not want to be the first one out there because at the moment, these teams have, quote unquote, nothing to do, right? So they're not being distracted by anyone. There's nothing going on. So they can focus entirely on you. So that'd be a pretty bad move just because you have 6 different teams shooting at you. And at some point, someone's going to get the killing shot, right? But as we start to see now, everybody starts to rotate together. Now, this is a bit of a smarter play from some teams. If somebody else is rotating, you rotate at the same time. Some really nice car moves being held here, except for Zeros who gets stuck on a boulder on the way down. But is this going to be a push on to Kasich right now? Kind of looks like it might be, but you could. Really good work with those sprays.
Yeah, lovely spray, able to grab 2 there on the rotation. Onyx really also going to be able to struggle now getting inside of his zone without those extra players. And Yakut also just taking advantage of having a better setup here. It's all about the setup as you move into zone, and Inception also going to suffer as they were not able here to have the time to set up versus a fight onto Kazakh, and they took advantage of that better position inside the compound. They also do not, though, take advantage of Eagle moving in, as Eagle do secure themselves a spot inside of the grass, only though to be shot down by Yakut, as Yakut will be able to send Bianca packing.
Yeah, real. You could now with 5 eliminations, all feeling pretty bad about it though. They're pretty injured at the moment. Fenerbahce going down now as the zone continues to favor Regnum Karya. I mean, I don't know how much more of the zones left you want. That is terrible for most of these teams. I mean, except for these random, little duos and solos, it's just Regnum. It's H2K as a duo, it's White as a duo, it's Zeros as a solo. Everybody else, all these bigger teams, they have to all move in. This is going to be very interesting.
Yeah, Yakut and Kazakh's on this backside. If one of these winning teams can be able to keep their players alive, there is a possibility they can come in and contest Regnum in the chaos of these other squads coming forward in onto Regnum as well. But it's still not a guaranteed win here. They've got a lot of teams and players to take care of still. But Yakut as well, especially not being able to take one down here of Kazakh, that's still another full squad that we've got here that can contest these solos and these duos coming in. However, coming across that roadside and into the likes of Hard to Kill and such, this will be a really tall task for them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. It is going to be a beam. Yeah, they did some excellent work. Unfortunately, just unable to keep up with that zone as it shifts away from them constantly. Regnum interestingly enough, only 5 eliminations. For as much as these teams have had to come to them, we haven't seen too much from them yet, although Cat Fades does go out in a vehicle blast there, so that's going to be another elimination point over towards them. But we did see White there. She got yeeted by a nade there for the one the duo did, so now it's just down to a solo, but she's throwing nades out of the vehicle, which is always really nice. But we'll look at the mini-map. Look how many circles are there struggling for this tiny zone. That's almost hilarious now, how many are still alive.
Right, and you can see now Kazakh as well. With this tiny area, they're going to make their push forward. You can see that the zone's moved up. They need to make a move. They need to make a push on to Regnum. One nade will go through on to the rest of Kazakhs approaching above the hill, but it hits no one. They're going to have to step back now, as they would need a bit more time. They're going to lay down the smokes behind them to allow some space to retreat forward into Kazakhs. Though their line of aggression moving slowly forward with the smokes. They found Cakes, now they're looking for the next, and inside the smokes even of Kazakh, of Regnum, sorry, actually blinds their vision onto here the rest of Kazakh Limerence, and you can see how they can still take advantage of those few spots left to hide in. They'll take the third knock. It is only now Milena left, and they will fall down to the rest of Kazakhs. That will be the quick elimination back down to the hill. Get back healed up, because you can also see KR Lionesses, they're looking for this potential opportunity to third party Galactico Sirens as well.
That was beautifully done by Kasich. Unfortunately, Regnum just unable to hold down that position. I think they were a little worried about their backside as well, which doesn't make it easy. But Kasich have been playing this game really, really, really well.
Yeah.
Very nicely done. Mia even going down in the end there. But Galacticos in zone, they had that zone shift favor them. So they're up to 4 eliminations at the moment, but not for long. That is going to be going up fairly soon, I would have thought. But Kawhi over here just wrecking people left, right, and center. 3 eliminations for her, 3 eliminations for her teammate here. It's looking really good for all these teams, but honestly, my money's on Kasich for this one.
Yeah, Kasich, look at them here. They've got their 3 players back up. They've got the formation ready. Kawhi, though, they're moving forward. They're looting up the dead bodies of their enemies. As Kawhi now uses the molly, chucks it forward into the smoke, hoping to try find those damage ticks onto Amaya. Inside the smoke, there will be flames, but Amaya lies on the front side. One tap. Love Kaya as well, roaming round to the flank, looking to try get a better angle onto KR here in this final fight. Another smoke goes wide, but it will miss. Nate, back in return, will also miss, only going to tickle away, but it does do some damage. It's a Maya on one tap, still behind the smoke. Kawaii, looking for a new angle, moves round to the left, still no vision left. They spray through the smoke, find one, onto one tap. Can they find 2? Kawaii charging head first blindly. They do find 2 with the help there of Logica, and they cannot do it though, as Kazakh Limerence, the 3-man triple, are able to defend, and they will get the chicken dinner at the end of the day, and it's Kazakh going up on the board. And here in Abjura, that's a big win for them, because they were contesting that top 2. Now we're maybe looking at them in the top position.
Oh, absolutely. There is no, they are not way ahead of the rest of the teams now. I mean, the Lionesses there, they're currently in 5th place with 35 points, and Kasich in 2nd with 53. So both these teams are going to go up pretty dramatically, I would have thought. But yeah, Kasich with an outstanding performance on that. I mean, if you want a masterclass on how to be aggressive in those tough zones, just watch that game. That was so well done by them. And, you know, no wonder, because those girls are some of the top girls in their respective regions, certainly in Europe. Very, very recognizable names, and they just play so well together. So it's really, really nice to see them come back in this to be under Kasich Limerence and wipe the lobby, because that was really, really well played by them.
Yeah, and I just loved the way that they pushed right from the edge of the compound. They were able to dispatch of Yakut, and then they moved in quickly and efficiently onto Regnum Karya. They were very careful, though, in the way that they didn't move right around too far to the left side to get caught by teams. They didn't overpeak past the fight to get caught by the likes of Galacticos as well. So very smart positional play. Rewards them with their 17 massive eliminations here in this first game, and a big 27-pointer. Not quite the biggest that we've seen. Digital Athletics still hold on to that 30-point lead in the biggest game, but it is still an absolute Goliath game for them.
It really is. It's such a nice way to start, right? I mean, I know we had a really difficult zone for these girls, but at the same time, they handled it super well. And if that's the kind of aggression, that's the kind of determination that we're going to be seeing out of these teams, Wolf, I'm super excited for what, just Sandhawk has is a much smaller map, and Miramar is a more
excited.
Super excited. Yeah.
Yeah, I am super hyped to see what these ladies can do later on tonight. But we gotta wait. We've got one still a Miramar before we get to that Sandhog Juicy Jungle matchup that I'm looking forward to in the middle of tonight. But the match summary still here. The longest elimination distance going still to KR Lionesses with Logica at the 275-meter mark. And again here from Group B. Now, we talked about it yesterday. A little more rescues here, and still amount of healing done, still edging very similar overall to Group A, but you can definitely see a bit of slower play allowing in those rescues for these players in Group B. And we also check out the standings. Number 2 there for KR Lionesses at 14, Galacticos edging up in 9 points, and Regnum there with 8.
Wow, that's a big difference, though, isn't it? I mean, 27 to 14. I'm not good with math, but that's not quite 20 points, but it's close enough. I mean, that's a big difference because KR did really, really well. I mean, let's face it, that zone, certainly the initial few zones were right in their neighborhood, so they had a very easy start to the game, and they handled themselves very well. So that's a very interesting thing that we actually have such a big gap of playing those two teams. But looking at the player focus, I mean, I think we could have expected that. Amaya, Lovkaya, and also Leora. I mean, and yeah, they're all top 3. Then you've got Regnum Karya, Cakes, not surprising there, and of course Kawhi from the Lionesses. So yeah, this is very, very kind of predictable after that game. Oh,
yeah, definitely no
Bell of 1,000 damage, Amaya.
Oh yeah, that is true. That is true. Even 1,168 damage, not just 1,000. We're getting above those numbers, that's true, with Amaya at the top. But also Cakes and Kawaii, of course, for Regnum and KR Lionesses. As we take a look at our elimination and damage chart, so from that game, 2,720. Again, not quite a top, darn, but still a huge amount of damage coming through from them. But look at also Regnum's damage, 2,000 damage, but only 6 eliminations, and you can see that from their position, of course, that they had. They were able to shoot so much on players, but with so many of possibility of third parties, and also holding against so many different teams at one position, it was inevitable that we could see higher damage to elimination ratio.
Yeah, it really is. It just tells you, I always keep saying this, but this graph, I love it so much because it tells a story of how everything went in that game, and you can definitely see Regnum Karya, their story in those damage to kill ratios. But looking at the overall standings, I'm surprised the Lionesses didn't do enough to actually go past Fenerbahce, because Fenerbahce went out quite early, but, I guess that's where that gap from day 1 comes in, and Kasich Limerent's way above everybody else now. That was just the game they absolutely needed to start off the day.
Yeah, an absolute smasher of a game to open us up here in this day 2 for Group B. Fenerbahce, a big gap as well formed, as they really did struggle, I think, in this game to be able to garner any points, but KR as well slipping past Eagle into that 3rd position. Still a lot of work to do from those teams below, but we've got to see now our top 5 eliminations from this game. Is Amaya up there with 23 eliminations, separating herself from Cat Baines from the KR Lionesses there with 18, Fenerbahce and Lovkaya there also from Kazakh Limerence herself with 12 eliminations, and the Eagles, Yakut should I say, sorry, with Fayano on 12 eliminations at the 5th position. A little bit of a separation. I do like that there are some players who aren't in the top 4, right, who are still also in that top 5 top 5 eliminations from the players doing the work, and I think that really shows some of the players, the standout players in our teams that we have.
Yeah, it really does. And again, I'm gonna just repeat myself till I'm blue in the face, but it just shows you kind of the consistency across the lobby, right? So often in tournaments, we see basically the top teams be the top performers, but you're seeing game by game that there are individual players from multiple different teams, no matter how well or badly they're doing, that still are up there. So it's really interesting to see just the skill level that these girls have across the board.
Look, I mean, the skill level definitely has been increasing, I think, as well through the tournament, which is really lovely to see these teams get used to each other and how they play, and be able to also take advantage, manipulate how some of these teams are playing to their own advantages themselves, these teams to their own success, and you can definitely see that with some of the ways that these teams have been playing. I'm excited to see as well, can we now look at Kazakh Limerence keeping the consistency up in today? Because, as we say, we've got Miramar up next. It's going to be a difficult one to keep it up, that consistency. We'll have to see if we can do it after a short break. Welcome back, everyone, here to the PMEWL Mid-Season Showdown. My name is Hadulf. I'm joined over by an lecturer on the left side of me here, and we just come off a hot Kazakh Limerence win on Erangel, where now they'll be going into the even hotter Miramar. Can they get a back-to-back chicken dinner? Can we see that consistency, lecturer?
I would love that, Wolf. I really would. We've seen back-to-backs, I think, every day so far, if I'm not mistaken. I'm pretty sure that's how that's happened.
True.
Honestly, I want to see that today. Come on, let's give a full 4-day back-to-back. Let's do it. I'm really excited.
Look, I want a back-to-back. I want a dominance, but I also want to see some of these teams who were on the lower end of the leaderboard be able to get their points. I'm so desperate for them to be able to get their points up, because I know that we can see some great things from the likes of Women Moment, from the likes of also Before You, who are a little bit down on the leaderboard as well. I know we've also seen the Lakers struggle, as we mentioned before, during the last game too, who can also be, on a good day, be able to show us that performance. We saw Lakers actually, I believe in also previous games so far, actually bring some fight to these top teams already so far.
Yeah, they have. It frustrates me, right? PNCR and Lakers, especially in that game, in the last one even, they frustrate me because they had such good ideas. I loved the Lakers rotations. It was super heads up from them to be going around to that north side. You know, they know it's going to be fairly clear. It was really a nice play from them. They had multiple nice plays one at a time, and yet they still go out. PNCR are the same way. I think they did get stuck a little bit up on that mountain, so that didn't help, but they still had those ideas in place. Now, Women Moment, as much as I want to see from them, I haven't seen enough from them that kind of makes me go, oh, that was really cool. They just, missed out on this opportunity or whatever. It's just not been there for them. Certainly in the last game, we just didn't see enough of them on screen. So I'm really looking towards them for this game. I really want to see how they play, because I want to know why it's not working, because there's obviously, if they're here, if they've qualified for this, they're obviously good enough. They're obviously skilled. So what is going on there?
Definitely, and perhaps it's also the rotations. They have struggled a little bit when it comes to the rotations, particularly in the early game to the mid-game rotations. Moving in from that stage 2 to stage 3 mark does seem to be a bit of a kryptonite. We also see on the rotations of the drop, should I say, on this map, we see a bit of a contention on the Los Leones side, but it has gone very northerly, so a fair number of these teams, about half the lobby, going to need to make a little move up towards those hillsides of the south end of the zone and start to rotate at the end of stage 1 after the looting phase.
I have one word for you, Wolf. One word. Oasis.
What's your word?
It's there.
Oh yeah, it is there.
It
is there. You know what's also
and
there?
Honestly,
is Crater Fields.
What?
Crater
2
Fields is
for
also
1?
there.
Let's do it.
I know, right? It's like a freebie here. You've got Crater Fields as a backup. We've got Oasis, and do one better. I'll also give you an extra bonus: buy 2 get 1 free of Death Valley.
Yeah.
Death Valley is also there, so you've got your water treatment, Death Valley sort of area too. This is a spicy zone. It may not look like it to the average eye, the eye of a new player, but I tell you something, it's got a lot of danger in this zone. There's quite a few pockets where this zone can go to and challenge these players.
Yeah, absolutely. I think no matter where the zone goes, it's going to be a hard place for these teams to actually fight in, especially when you kind of take into consideration there's only like 3 teams actually inside zone at this point in time. Yeah, you got a couple outliers over there onto the edges of those zones, but mostly they're going to be coming in on that south and eastern side, and it's not going to be pretty because look to the south side, very open around by Picado. You look to the east side, very open around Hacienda. So you are looking at very open rotations for most of these teams. That is, of course, if we can get any of these teams out of Los Leones, because it looks like very soon there's going to be 3 of them.
Yeah, I think actually there are some really opportune rotations, but before I get into the rotations, you guys at home need to get in-game. Get that code into your redeem section. Get 300 UC for yourselves. There is one every single game, so you better be watching every single game and get every single opportunity to get that new fashion look that you've been waiting for, because the UC is available if you get it. First come, first serve. Now, those rotations, though, Natura, Regnum Caria, I think could really benefit off of that wide roadside coming up into La Coparia onto the northern end, where it is still that city. It's absolutely unlooted. They could really take advantage of that. Equally, I think Women Moment could do the same. You saw them at the top, and as you mentioned, those open spaces, they could definitely also make that rotation. So there is some opportunities here for these teams, and especially Regnum coming off of what could have been a win for themselves if only they could have defended that last game.
I think this zone is giving them certainly a chance to redeem that last game. I know obviously it didn't go the way they wanted, but if they can just be kind of heads up enough to get a position that's not necessarily high ground. I mean, there are a lot of little hills and dips that are great for rotational third partying when you're coming off of the north side of Hacienda. I mean, you could get somewhere like that and start trying to gatekeep some of those teams coming on in, get the stragglers who have already gone through the first round of gatekeeping teams, all that sort of stuff. If you go kind of mid-zone and try and get what teams or what players got through from the first round of gatekeeping, you could pick up a lot of points there. So definitely something they need to think about coming into this one.
Yeah, definitely. I think also something to think about. Look, if you're not got a code, it is still there. I think it's still available if it keeps showing up, I assume. And if you're not going to pick it up, as I say again, every single game, I'm going to be going into this stream later on, and I'm going to be putting that code into my pocket if you don't do it yourselves at home. So make sure you get it. Make sure you get it now. Look,
you got the last
it's
one,
still,
Wolf. It's my turn.
Look, Okay, I'll give this one to you, Leptura, and then I'll take the one in Sanok, and then if you get the one in next Miramar, I'll get the third one in the lasso angle. I know it's not fair, but it happens sometimes like this, and maybe if we can share. We can do Saturday. I'll give you the 3 on Saturday, and then I'll take the 2. How does that sound?
Epic. That sounds great. That's a good arrangement. I like this.
Sharing is caring, right, at the end of the day. And also sharing this zone is something that these teams need to start doing. Because there's still, as we get to this end of phase 1 stage, now the movements to the rotations of these teams to come through. I'm interested in Regnum are actually making a bit of a more inner rotation up towards Monte Nuevo. Now, it is going to be quicker, and Monte Nuevo, I believe, still hasn't been touched by the players so far in this game. So it does give them that opportunity, again as well, another opportunity to rotate further up and maybe take advantage of those really high hills above Power Grid and to the right side of where you can see Hard to Kill and Eagles right now. So there is a great opportunity for them on a rotation there. However, you do have to make that a quicker rotation, because if you stop over Monte Nuevo, you would end up having potential teams already take those mountains up later on.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's a lot of teams who are kind of bunching up in the San Martin area. The only team you have to think about is before you. They have a really good angle onto that road where Regnum Caria would move up through Monte Nuevo and north side. So something to think about there. But apart from that, they've got, as you said, a really good rotation into zone. It's fairly easy. I'd also kind of like to see, even if not them, perhaps the other team that's near them, actually go up to the west side of El Pozo and use that Ruins Road. No one ever goes up there. It's such an underutilized rotation path up there, and I think it's going to be crucial to those teams to take those underrated paths before teams start looking at them, because if they go elsewhere, they're going to go out fairly early. It's getting very busy as we speak.
Yeah, for sure. And that's something that we've also noticed in the tournament so far, is these wider rotations that could be happening earlier on are something that the ladies just aren't really taking an interest in. I think that this is definitely something underrated these ladies could be doing, as you say, using these wider movements earlier at the beginning of stage 1, rotating into those cities with the plane path you know are more likely to be unlooted, still continue looting phase as you're going, and break it up with that longer rotation, something that could be taken advantage of a little bit more, I think.
Yeah, I think honestly it comes down to these girls are impatient to get firing their bullets. They've collected them. They want to show them off. They want to go, hey, look at my bullets. You want to see them? And I think, Roswera thought she could be the first one to do her show and tell, but it looks like you already knew Hard to Kill was going to be up here, and a beautiful little split coming in from them.
Now, we can all do like a sort of circle time here, and we can all show off what we were able to gather in the midway stage of Miramar, and we can all do little dances and whatever you would like to do. I mean, that would be quite interesting. And then until someone decides to whip out the Uzi and spray everyone down and get many eliminations. Yeah, that would be it. There's always, if you were a child, there's always that one child, right? It's circle time that always brought something fancy and always ruined it. Always ruined it. Like, they're always like, they're always like, I've got my DS. Like, I've got my fancy, expensive technological device. Yeah. Well, that's how, that makes me feel a bit old now, actually. Goodness.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh, yeah. I didn't even think about it. Oh dear. oh no! I was just celebrating internally because Piper did get a elimination onto white there. So I was like, yes, some early points where there's no repercussions. But Piper does face the consequences for that cheeky little knock and finish there. So they do have an elimination. But what good is it when you're now going to lose almost 2 of your players? Women moment, what is happening?
One moment, they need their star-studded moment. It's just not quite there. They're warming up. The batteries are charging. We put it in. they're almost there. I trust that it's going to happen sometime. It might not be this game, as Pataki will unfortunately be left for dead here in this second match. And the zone will also move a little bit up towards the north. Oasis is still in there. It's still there. I still see it. I'm excited. You can feel the anticipation in the air. Just move up just a little bit, zone. That's it. We'll guide you up in towards the water. Yeah.
That's it. Lean closer. Exactly. Lean up there towards Oasis just a little bit. But we've also got Death Valley, as you mentioned, that little bit of Death Valley coming in to water treatment as well. You've also got the very edge of Crater Fields, which Regnum Karya did make their way up there. But so did DLR, so did Eagles. So there could be some very interesting plays coming in here. But I'm just noticing now, what on earth is that stack of teams coming up? Hang on. No, hold the phone. K6 just now coming into zone? Where have they come from?
Yeah, I mean, K6, they're taking a nap after their last chicken dinner. You know, they're full after a big dinner. They need to rest after eating. That's the empathic system there working out. As kind of update, I'm going to take a few shots here onto it for you as they will make their movement. One will, I believe, be knocked there for the meantime and will be, I believe, bled out. I don't believe therefore you are going to be for that revive. Lakers as well going to be making their movements in. But you mentioned that big cluster. Unfortunately, there's no one in that car as well. Yeah, that's a big shame. I wanted someone to be in that vehicle. Regardless, Yakut still versus H2K here elsewhere will also fall down. Finally, this fight going to be starting off with a knock for once, as here comes Nomelic through looking for the search, but only will be able to find the bullets in from Rosa, as that will be a 1-for-1 trade for now. Yakut wrapping around in a fight on two fronts is Fayano looking to find that first through the elimination. Will be Onyx as well. In the elimination feed, you can see losing their lives to KR Lionesses. Meanwhile, the fight's still on Yakut.
Gosh, is it what? Oh, hang on. Oh no, I thought, gosh, that's an awful lot of person that you can see there, but that's because their teammates need to hide from each other there. But nice little Molotovs kind of just pushing around, and Akami, I love this angle from them. Yakut. That's got to be the push, though, right? That's got to be the push now.
Yeah, that's a beautiful angle. That is the one now remaining that you're looking for. Yaku, they should be able to push this cleanly as a team. But again, they go in one by one. Disney will fall down, but can they keep it alive? Yes, they will be able to keep her alive, and they will finish off hard to kill. Almost a bit of a disaster there, but they keep all four up, crucially, and they still got the time to move forward in. Unfortunately, Galacticos aren't going to be able to do so much as Lakers here, stepping up slightly on their first elimination. Galacticos going to be moving away a bit wounded, but will be able to survive.
It's interesting. We've seen a little bit now from each of our top three from last game. Of course, the Lionesses starting out strong. They had that second place. They almost had that first in the last game. So they really are hungry for that chicken dinner. Now it got stolen from them in the last game just a little bit there. So we're going to be seeing that. I think Fenerbahce probably wanting to look out for their points as well. They're being super cautious with these rotations here, being very careful about who they go into and where they go there. So that is nice to see. Galacticos from the top three, though, we are seeing them down to a duo. Of course, that is favoring Yakut there. So, not too bad. Yakut has been, if I'm not mistaken, hang on, let me check that. Yakut. Yeah, they're down in 13th. Well, not 13th before last match. So they also need those points. So not too bad either way there. But looks like people have decided it is going to be going over by the water treatment, that North San Martin area. We're seeing a lot of teams start to focus in here. Kasich, very, very late rotation, so late into the game. Could find an advantage, maybe backstabbing Eagles just a little bit.
Yeah, focus, I think, a big amount on the high hills. You can see really avoiding the roadies teams, even Lakers, as you mentioned, right, moving around in between the mountains for a bit of cover. However, yeah, Eagles are also there on the other end, and Kazakh Limerence, now with that big late rotation, are going to be moving in. A big shift though, keeping a lot of these teams inside the zone crucially, so they won't have a bit of too much disruption. However, these other teams coming from outside will be affecting those coming in from the water treatment side, and that Death Valley really is going to be real difficult for a position to navigate past.
Absolutely. I just want to say this is perfect for Kasich. That couldn't have been a better zone shift, honestly, because now they're going to move around to that left side and actually start to gatekeep Eagles. So they're going to cut them off from entrance further into the zone. If they're smart about this, that is where I would put them. If I was, going, hey, heads up, girls, this is what you want to be doing in these kinds of situations. And that does look like what they're going to be doing there. I would love to see where this one goes. But unfortunately, yeah, everybody else, we don't get an Oasis drop, or not zone even. That's a real shame. Inception going to be here. I mean, you've got this hill, PNCR hungry before you, ready to go. This is going to be really hard for her to get in zone here, Wolf.
Yeah, really hard to pass through this Death Valley side here, past water treatment into the zone. I think you're really looking at, as you said, those wider rotations down towards past San Martin, using cover of the city into the mountains on that very bottom southwestern point of the zone. Also, I think there's definitely an opportunity for these teams to wrap around to north, right? So I think you can probably see that with Regnum and Galacticos both fighting here and matching each other. Galacticos going to be, unfortunately, the loser out on this fight, so Regnum getting away with this engagement. However, if they can rotate up north, that'll be an opportunity for them. But unfortunately, look at the explosion, a triple knock from PNCR, and you can see how crucial this position is for themselves. Getting another 3 eliminations into their pocket, moving their way now up to 7 is before you annihilate it.
Oh my goodness. This is why you always take multiple vehicles. That was 3 people in that vehicle. They brought it on themselves, I have to say. Andrea, unfortunately, the only one left of her squad. And wow, I mean, I guess they didn't have those vehicles because everybody knows you don't use the same vehicle for more than 2 people. Well, what was that? I mean, kudos to PNCR spotting that and taking them out like that. These are the points that PNCR need. We love to see it. And now they do know that there should be a solo in there. So this could be a push they might want to take. I don't really see it being super advantageous apart from that 1 kill, but it could be something they might want to do later on. The more I talk about it, the more I dislike it, though.
Yeah, I really not a fan of pushing down into that Death Valley. You saw exactly what happened to the solo player from PNCR doing the damage onto them. So I think, moving about, taking your eliminations that you can get here, moving from teams coming into the new zone, and then moving it into the zone yourselves, makes the most sense here as they are doing. Fenerbahce as well, just going to catch out one of the $1 million babies on the rotation there too. Just going to take down Razva. Perhaps the team that also isn't around. I believe it also, you can even see Yoko here fall to Regnum. So it looks like $1 million babies are fairly split by the sounds of it.
Yeah, it does seem that way. I'm going to call it now.
We found them.
Oh, we did. There they are. Regnum Karya taking some points here, about to make that 1.4 if they're careful about this. Kitty has to do something here. Oh, she does it. Melina goes down on top there, just over peeking a little. Nice moment for that defense. Razva giving all that information that she can. Can Kitty do this again? I mean, if Cake's over peak.
Yeah, we gotta be careful here in case they start to get themselves back into this fight. That crucial knock there from Kitty has extended this fight out, and as Cakes moves further forward, they will now just realize that they don't want to take this fight solo. They will now revive up Melina. However, this also buys time for $1 million babies. You can see Kitty barely getting Razva up back into his game on the sliver of health. It's now Cakes as well, going to be able to take them out, though, on the revive. Will be able to finish that up as $1 Million Babies take the elimination to themselves.
I'm going to say it now. I think that $1 Million Babies, they're going to be a team that are going to come back after Sandhawk. I think they're going to be the ones that we're going to see come in here and wipe the floor with these teams after that Sandhawk. I think they're going to be the ones that need this little bit of extra time because we're just not seeing the same team that we saw in day one so far. So I'm hoping that's all they need, but it is interesting to see, after such a strong, consistent day on day one, we are starting to see them fall out a little bit.
Yeah, also, that consistency, something $1 Million Babies, they can fix. There's still 3 games here for them to continue to do so and improve, so it's not all over yet. There's Eagle Esports as well. Moving here a little bit towards the edge north side of the zone, we have got the Lakers around them. You do have, I believe, that is a KR Lionesses member also in the vicinity. Moment 2, making their later rotation in. Could be a little bit difficult here for one moment. They are scouting it out, but you can see very difficult to move in. 3 different teams moving on top of them with the too late screen. Really just moving in too late to this zone. Will be taken out. I like the idea of moving later, but they will at least get one hopefully in. As you can see, they are still making a wider rotation on the west.
Yeah, that's a shame that they are going to go out, as do Inception there. Yakut again coming in with these high elimination points right now, 5 for them. Lakers and PNCR though, again, battle of those slightly lower down teams. The Lionesses having to fight with the Lakers, of course, because the Eagles are up there as well at the moment. But Monarchy, they're not these pushes out into the open with that third party going all going wrong for the Lakers right now. Wolf. It is indeedy there, so we're going to be seeing nice, interesting rotation around from the Eagles actually.
Yeah, I mean, Lakers, that is a little bit of a smoke scare, looking to try to defend themselves. I almost wish they would nade actually into that building. I mean, that could have been an absolute team wipe of a nade. You can see they've got 4 in their hands, so maybe V-Nature being a little bit too passive here on the opportunity to also take out Lakers given their amounts of players remaining. It will also be Eagles taking their own fight. You can see on the elimination feed as well. Meanwhile, though, just a defensive opportunity being given here for V-Nature. It will be there. I believe the Eagles being able to win out there on that fight.
Yep.
As unfortunately Onyx will be going down.
They will indeed. This is interesting from Eagles, though. They've kept 1, maybe 2, but it looks like 1 up on top of that hill overlooking that fight there. And the rest of them moved on into a better position in zones. That's an interesting thing that we're starting to see from these teams. We've seen that a lot. Regnum Kari had to be very careful, though, because Yakut are right on top of that.
You're going to be able to slip away, though, from Regnum Kari for now, but look at the zone coming in. They're not going to be able to slip away from that. They have to keep moving. Milena now engulfed by the blue, forced to heal at this stage of the game. The zone also going to shift much more this time into the open, but you can see how many of these big teams have been caught inside of that blue on this rotation. Yaku going to be reduced down to a solo player as well, as that zone will shift once more into the absolute open space. There is very, very few opportunities here for these teams to move about in the zone without being easily picked off.
Yeah, and now we're starting to see all these teams really start to drop like flies. I mean, PNCR, Lakers, and Regnum Karia all at once there, all with very decent points, though. So a great game from all 3 of those teams. But we're starting to see Fenerbahce now starting to move in 8 eliminations. Yelem is down, but hopefully should be able to get that back up, or maybe not. Looks like Eagles pushing in on that. Really nice from them. And we're going to be seeing Alina now trying to defend that duo because, of course, there are 2 of them over there trying to get that row 5. The nades over the top. Not quite going to hit, though, Wolf.
Yeah, and just not quite on target as Kazakh Limerence. They also have a position here in zone. They also have a full squad. Fenerbahce are going to be down to 3, so it is Eagles realistically here who should have the full squad. They are going to be able to actually make that revive happen, but at what cost? You can see, meanwhile this is happening, Eagles are closing in. Bianca Marcy are on the horizon of Alina, so they do have to look to take this fight. You can see them pop over. Alina's going to try to buy some time. We'll be looking to put some smokes down on top of the Eagles, but they can't get too invested into one team. There is still a third here. There's still also Kazakh's Limerence on the opposite end.
Yeah. Full squad of Kazakh, I might add. So they've done it again. We've got 2 out of the 3 that we saw last time here. No, that's wrong, because Fenerbahce were not top 3. But anyway, it doesn't matter. They're here now. They got 8 eliminations. They're really looking for potentially that win there. They were able to get those that revive up, and it's a really interesting play from Eagles. They've actually decided to pull off from Fenerbahce, move over towards Kasich, closer to zone. So now I think the ball is in Kasich's court here.
Yeah, Kasich's really beautiful work controlling that ridge line, but immediately as I say that name, it's Letty's grenade. It finds 2 of them. Fenerbahce will look at that and start to make their push round. Very hesitant, though, to make too much of a play forward. Are going to let Kasich and Eagles fight this one through. It's Lavkaya is going to be the final one to fall in that nade, just the beginning of the end for Kazakh Limerence. It's Eagles now have to get though back over ridge line. Fenerbahce trying to stop them from doing so. Get their way into zone. The big drive in as they will look. Fenerbahce sealer for that move into zone. They've got the actual airdrop there to help protect them. A bit of a praise down from the gods in the central zone. Some form of defense.
Oh my god, that was insane. Goals doing great work there. I almost wonder if that was a bait from them onto Kasich. It's looking like it really worked. But hang on, Letty has 6 out of their 7 eliminations. That's a fantastic result.
Yeah, Eagles here as well, getting 7 though in total with the help of Bianca. Fenerbahce are going to lose 1 ALM on the side. Caesar getting shot down. Purple's going to be able to find them, and that will be 2 all the way dispatched for Eagles side. They're slowly making their way and taking control of the zone, and now the onus is on Fenerbahce. A big nade in, a big molly, and here comes the dive as Eagles looking to take their chicken dinner win, and they will be able to do it. Eagles come out with a second game victory.
That's incredible from Eagles. I'm so happy for them. They've been doing such good work and not necessarily having the results to show for it here and there. I mean, yeah, they are 3rd place or 4th place currently, but still, that's such a great win for them. I mean, beautifully handled. Honestly, I was like, okay, what are they trying to do here? You know, then they backed away, but they actually ended up choking Kasich's rotation into zone. They actually blocked them from getting any sort of control, almost in sort of a bait move to kind of get close to them and make Kasich think that maybe it was an easy wipe there, something that was close. Maybe they're being a bit silly, but they actually really played that masterfully. Very well done. Beautifully played by Eagles there. Very nice. I could go on.
Oh yeah, and also, I mean, we're starting also to see here too, Nebjura, a bit of favourites of teams coming up into the consistency part of our leaderboard at the top, right? I mean, we've got Kasich, we've got now Eagles, we've got Fenerbahce here, minus Fenerbahce's a bit of an iffy first game, but over if we're looking at the first day of games as well, these 3 teams definitely looking strong. Eagles, so the way that they were able to take advantage of a Kasich's Limerence, who had that advantage also with the ridgeline, right? They just got that 2 knock onto them, and from that point on, they fell apart, I think, a bit. Eagles then, that nice rush, that nice pick they got onto Alem to start the fight onto Fenerbahce and be able to finish him off. The biggest shot, though, going to go to Alem, however, with 367 meters, so still fairly long distance shot here from Fenerbahce, and I think that definitely all comes through from their earlier control that they had on those high ground of those northern teams.
Yeah, it really, really does. I think honestly that last zone messed up a lot of players coming in there. That final zone, you saw so many teams just go out immediately to the zone, to whatever they had going on. But yeah, very nicely played game from Eagle, of course, 21 points. But honestly, Fenerbahce not as far behind as you might think compared to certainly the first game, 15 to 21. Not that bad. PNCR, a brilliant result from them as well with 10. So it is looking good for some of these lower placed teams as well.
Yeah, for sure. And I definitely think these lower placed teams, especially right as you mentioned, PNCR, an absolute great performance in terms of the eliminations for them. It's just a bit of a shame that they couldn't quite make it in the placement points department. Yeah, Lakers as well, 8 points for them. I think, to be fair, even KR Lionesses, in terms of the top, they are making a bit of a consistent performance here for themselves. That first game and now still 7 points this game. They're maintaining this position inside of the top 4. We're going to go a look now towards our player focus here, Nevshura, as Willie Letty on the top of our top 5 players chart, 880 damage and 8 eliminations to pop, alongside one of each of the other teams around the top side of this game.
It's again nice to see one from each team kind of come forward. But I gotta say, Eagles got 11 points, 11 elimination points. Letty has 8 of them. That's unheard of number. Like, that is so good. And not even 1,000 damage. So she's efficient with those bullets as well as. So very, very nicely done from her. Looking forward to seeing what they've got going on for Sandhawk, I gotta say. But it just well that like who had a lot of points there, you're not seeing that same amount of eliminations per player immediately dropping down to 3 or 4. So it is kind of interesting to see what these kinds of bits of the slides actually tell us about the game.
Definitely, and also here, like to see the players of PNCR as well, Yakusheva being able to make their move into that top 5. The Eagles, of course, no surprise, right, to see them at the top of that damage charts. Another 2,200 points from our top team, heading up past that 2,000 mark. 11 eliminations for themselves, but also very welcome, as we said, to see some of the rest of these teams making their stand on the damage. It's PNCR and Lakers they're making equally, both over 1,000, and even PNCR almost at 2,000 mark, just behind Fenerbahce in the elims and damage department.
Yeah, looking very, very nice. Again, though, definitely one of those games that was really skewed towards the top teams there, because generally we're seeing a little bit more of an even graph across the board, and we're just not seeing that, from the bottom of those teams, is much lower. You got seeing 300, 200 points there of damage. So very interesting to see that. But as we head over to the overalls, it is getting a little bit closer. I mean, Kasich are able to maintain that top place with their 3rd place finish, but a win would have been better because Fenerbahce and now right behind them.
Yeah, definitely Fenerbahce catching up. They're still going to need a big game to be able to top K6's mighty performance and mighty amount of points they've been garnering from these 2 games so far. Eagles not far behind also Fenerbahce's, and with KR Lionesses too, they have a couple of tails as well behind them. Galactico Sirens, it does drop a bit towards that 5th to 8th position, where you really, I think, are fighting maybe not so much for the top 4, but more so for that 5th to 8th spot with those teams later down the leaderboard, because it is a gap, as we say, forming.
There really is, and I think Redmond Park have been doing really work, but it's not been quite enough. They need to continue that. And $1 Million Babies, it's hard to see them actually slide down after day 1. But like I said, hopefully Sandhawk will change all that for them as we move over to top 5 eliminations, Wolf. And we do see Amaya still up there, but Alina catching up pretty quickly. We got 2 here for 18 eliminations, and actually Alina has surpassed Cat Beans now.
Indeed, and this is a fight. This is because of all of those potential eliminations we were also seeing from Alina from that last game, right? And also Amaya still doing work from that first game. Cat Veins, I think, has been a little bit subdued with the big performances that we've seen from the other teams so far today. So really hoping that we can start to see KR Lionesses be able to perform, also show us those big games and those big points that we were seeing in that first day from Group B here. It's also no surprise still, as we said, to see Fiona and Letty there as well inside our top 5 eliminations from our players. As now we kind of move away from Miramar and onto Sanhok. Natura, what are we feeling in terms of the potential favourites based on what we saw in the first day, right? Both these teams in Group B.
Based on day 1, that's a difficult thinking. Million Dollar Babies definitely have a shot. I think the Lionesses were very a formidable force in Sanhok the other day, so I'll be looking at them. But also teams like PNCR, I think they could make some big moves here. Certainly standings, I'm thinking Kasich. They have been super consistent. They could definitely take over Sanhok. But Wolf, before we go to break, I want to know what you think. I'm going to flip that question right back on you.
Look, I'm thinking we're going to see another consistent big performance here from either Kasich, from Eagles, from Fenerbahce. They're all looking equally strong. We're going to see who's correct out of us after a short break, and we'll be right back with Sanhok. Welcome everyone back now for Game 3 and the middle of the game. Sandhawk, it is my favourite time of night, Neptura. My name is Handwolf, of course, if you are just joining us. Neptura is Sandhawk. If you don't know me, I'm so excited about this map because it's so evil, because it's so exciting, and because it always shapes up how our teams perform in every night so far.
Yeah, it really does. It's my favorite map as well when watching competitive, just because it's so crazy all of the time and so quickly as well. It really is switching up how our teams perform here, though, for this particular event. I don't remember quite seeing this on such a consistent level, like every single day. There's 2 or 3 teams that step it up right after Sandhawk. So really excited to see who those teams will be tonight. I'm really hoping for PNCR in particular. They've been doing super well, so I'm hopeful. But Wolf, who are you looking at? Come on, predict. Let's go.
I think if we're going underdogs, I've got to say Lakers. I've been saying them so far twice now today. I'm going to go for the hat trick in terms of mentioning their name. I think Lakers have been a little bit on the rise today compared to well, day one, you can't really get much worse than second to last place, so they are doing well. They are on the rise, and that is what we want to see from the Lakers. So can they do it in this next game? We will have to see. It's a tall task because there have been 3 outstanding teams today, and I will mention them again in terms of Eagle, in terms of Fenerbahce, and also, oh my goodness, nothing was slipping me, Kazakh Limerence, that's the one. As those 3 teams, they have been on fire when it comes to their performance on both, I think, rotations and also definitely eliminations so far.
Yeah, absolutely. A brilliant performance so far from so many of our teams here. Oh, but this is an interesting clash here coming in from Team 18 Women's Moment. Why is there always a clash with this team? I don't know what's going on here, but it is against PNCR, so let's see how they will handle this, Wolf.
Yeah, this could be a big opportunity for PMCR, or a big opportunity for Woman Moment to strike down the first elimination moment of this Sandhawk match. And it will be the first blood for them, but they do go 1-for-1. They will lose now a second as PNCR are striking back. So PMCR not quite out of it just yet. You can see them also moving up towards the high ground, trying to get a more advantageous position inside of this fight. The zone has also shifted down for our first phase here. here, and it will split between all 3 islands. So also a bit of curiosity here, Neptura, on where the zone is going to be going today.
It is indeed, and again, just like the Miramar, we do have quite a few kind of hot spots here. We got those mountains up onto the island. You also have boot camp. You have the trifecta area, and you also have the quarry. So lots of really difficult zones that this come in time. But for now, it is a really nice zone, just because being only 4 teams outside of zone at the moment.
Yeah, I think everyone going to be very comfortable here in Sanal. A bit of a smaller map as well, so rotations can be done, of course, naturally quicker. Still a bit of a stalemate here on the side of One Moment and PNCR, as they will just hold, I think, both positions fairly well for now. I would like to maybe see PNCR move one of their players a bit more to the right side of that building if they are going to push, however, onto Piper. I think they have identified a solo player and they will be able to eliminate them down. That was good work and good slow informational play, and now they can look to clean up the last, and they will be able to. Unfortunately, Woman Moment gonna be eliminated first, but PNCR, this is another of their rise, keeping all 4 players alive too.
Yeah, that is it really, as you said, really nicely played by PNCR. That was very well done. A little bit slow. I'm always for the, go-getter style, but as you said, really nice, slow, informational play coming in from them. Very nicely done. I don't know what's going on with Woman Moment. They opened that fight really well. They had some good spots going, but it just didn't hold up, and I don't know why. I mean, maybe they're a team to really start analyzing, because I just don't understand what's going on with them. If you missed the codes, I hope you didn't. You can go back and, go back 5 seconds on the stream and pause and get those codes, because 300 more UC coming your way as we wait for these teams to start making their rotations, which I think a few of them are already doing both.
Yeah, for sure. I think also some earlier rotations coming out here from Eagles. Looks a slightly earlier move outside of Paradise Resort. Also, though, this time Eagles don't have someone to fight this time. Hard to Kill, who I believe were the team who were contesting Paradise Resort last time, have now moved down a little bit towards that kind of junction, that Y junction in the road, where they're going to be looting up those smaller compounds, those houses just outside of it. Also allows them some nice rotations and options to Paradise Resort again if they need to, but also boot camp and even down towards quarry, so they will be able to make multiple different options for themselves. Down towards boot camp here, though, I'm surprised the teams haven't initially decided to drop down and have that kind of signature lobster building fight that we often see at the start of boot camp. However, they have been, these ladies, a bit of tension around the end of stage 1 here. As you can see, Inception are going to be one of those teams. There is a third there of Fenerbahce in the distance, so KR Lionesses are going to have a bit of a challenge coming outside of this compound.
Yeah, they are just a little bit, but so far they've been doing fairly good work in getting rid of Inception's positioning here. White, love this from Shira here. Could be an excellent little cheeky angle up at the top here. But it isn't looking too fantastic for either of these teams, honestly. This is not really a spot you really want to be fighting too long on. Onyx sure do have the compounds, but White have the outside area, which makes them a little bit more liable to those third parties. So it's not really a great spot either way. At this point, it does look like here, or was that Mia? Mia over there is the only one on that side. Little bit dangerous. They're just a little bit too far split, but definitely a risk they're willing to take to try and get that surround sound on them.
Yeah, you can see the disadvantage of that as well. They've already lost Bera, who was alongside Mia on that backside. So with that weakened back half of their team, it makes it a lot harder, as you can now see, to make that move and make that engagement, that pincer onto the one solo player of Onyx without struggling with the other 2 players wrapping around in some form to also defend Onyx and be able to provide that cover fire as those players of White would want to move down. So that one knock in that one elimination at White suffered, I think probably would just call off to play a little bit. If they can't realistically get Onyx easily, it doesn't make sense to keep going for the play. Spend a lot of time, quite frankly, in the stage of the game where you could be looting as well for these later engagements, and also save your players still for later as well.
Yeah, I agree with that, especially when you're in a position like White is without too many points going into today. White at the beginning of today had 21 points in 11th place. Now, of course, that will have changed a little bit with the last couple of games having been played, but still, we saw them go out fairly early in the last game, so it's not something they really want to do. Fortunately, it looks like they have turned their attention elsewhere, but Kira is down at the moment, so they're going to have to do something, and Mia now has to go straight past Onyx, but she's not going to be able to because Onyx are right here. They are going to get the jump shot on her, and White done. Just 2 split there.
Yeah, I think the hesitancy on the decision, right, and with those shots that were coming out before Galacticos begin to hear them, and they will take that third party. Eagles, though, are up against before you, and Letty, oh my days, just waking up to the nade. That is not the morning coffee that she wanted coming into the end of tonight and tomorrow. Eagles, though, are going to be 3 more, and they're looking to try contest 1 nade back onto Ara, but they're not going to be finding it for now. It's Daria now also coming around the side. They're looking to stick together, use these rocks as a means to be able to defend themselves. However, also down to 3. Their back player a little bit of a ways behind, and you can see how difficult it is for Icepack here to move into the fight. Purple doing a great job at just holding these 2 together with that other one split apart from the team.
Yeah, definitely. I'm just looking at the kill feed right now, Wolf, because DLR are down to a solo player. I don't know what's happening with them tonight. They seem to have lost a little bit of that spark that was happening in day 1, unfortunately for them. But yeah, Regnum Kari going to be taking all those points for them. Yummy, yummy points. It is such a shame that Letty was the one to have a nade to the face. Of course, she was the one who had those 8 out of 11 eliminations for her team. So it's a bit of a shame there, but what a nade coming in there. That was a really, really nice look. Nice POV as well for us to see that. Fenerbahce up at the top, though. We got Lakers down on the trifecta area, so Fenerbahce going to be up on to the boot camp hill there, so good spot for this zone here, as Onyx do go on out to Galacticos there. So we have missed that a little bit, but Galacticos up to 5 eliminations.
Yeah, Galacticos, I think, really taking advantage of an Onyx that were then out of position, with also taking back kill onto Mia, White, and Galacticos just being able to get advantageous positions here for themselves. As you mentioned, the Lakers around this L compound, I think Lakers have a really great position here, as well as a couple of these teams especially going to be looking to move now down from boot camp and further perhaps into the stage 2 zone, depending on where it will shift. If it does shift to these islands, Lakers will have that opportunity to sort of gatekeep those teams coming down from boot camp, also perhaps the Lionesses as well, if you want to make a move across that river. You can see Eagles, though, they are still in the fight versus before you. Icepack still held here from this long-range position of purple. The zone has gone that way of the northwestern island for the most part as well. However, there is still some space here, Neptura, on that south and on the mainland.
Oh, it really is, isn't it? And this is where Lakers have a great position here. They have to be very careful that they don't lose out to some of those higher placed teams like Fenerbahce up on the high ground like that. Kazakh, Team Kazakh, they're looking really, really good there. They got an easy rotation. They've made that a quick rotation as well. PNCR doing the exact same thing, but on the northern side. So it's looking like those boot camp teams are actually going to be the ones hurting here.
Yeah, here before you, though, hurting as well as they did lose one. Ara as well going to be knocked. Ara going to have some difficulty also moving towards Ara for the revive. Icepack is just completely pinned. They can't even move away, because if they try to move away, they come onto the road, right? So they have to take this fight, and unfortunately before you, just caught in a really unadvantageous position for themselves. On the map, though, as well, Galacticos have been moving really nicely. I really like, actually, their big wide rotation they're doing on the edge of the blue, down towards the South Island and coming back up. Assuming that there could be teams roaming on that northern bridge, they don't want to get stuck there later on in the game. So they're making that move to avoid the teams, avoid even Painan, while they still have some time with the zone moving in now quite slowly, and then be able to move up into the zone through the South Island.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, yeah, the zone is going to be moving in fairly slowly, but there's a lot of teams on that side. I think they've really, in some ways, not so much got to get their skates on when it comes to the rotations, but to clear a path for themselves, because it's going to get dicey pretty quick. But will you guys be able to clear a path for yourselves to the redeem page on PUBG Mobile and try and grab those codes before anybody else in chat? It might be pretty heavy.
Yeah, very heavy. Also fair, too heavy to get through the window, so Inception are just going to have to run away from the fire and into the flames of Yakut here inside the building, as they will be able to find one. Now many blown up, and that will be almost a second, but Yildiz cannot quite find the final shots, but we will be able to get it as Yakut come through the edge of the wall, and that will be two quick ones for Inception for now. The rest of Yakut just not there to be able to take the fight.
No, not indeed. That is a shame for Yakut. They really needed a really, really good game here. They've been consistent so far, but it's looking like they're going to have to make do as a duo. But you know what? This is what Sandhawk is all about. The battle of the solos, battle of the duos. Rarely do you see multiple full squads. And certainly right now, we've got a lot of
Kha'Zix
just holding on. But Kha'Zix, oh no. Defending her best, almost does it. Not quite, though. Very, very close, though. Celinda, I'm not sure what her fire button was doing there, but it was not firing. That is for sure. So, big GG's over there. Very nearly got it, but Celinda will win out in the end, and just as well. Look at the rest of her team.
Yeah, look at the rest of the team is in shambles, Neptune. They're so far away, and Kha'Zix are going to be very conceived and cleaning up. So getting this buggy as two players, get the heck inside of that zone. You've lost your back line, but you did try to come in from this wide angle. Unfortunately, that fight just went wrong for them. It's also PNCR, but taking a fight here towards the rest of Destiny. Also, should I say, KR Lionesses here. Destiny going to potentially be moving forward here. Druzy looking for the angle with the Molotov to cut off the movement of the Lionesses. The zone has gone back, though, to all three different islands, and this is the scary part. Even with this fight, you don't know if you're still going to be secure in the zone, because those bridges in the Lakers' position right now, it is all eyes on them, because they hold the movement point between these islands.
I don't think that the zone could have gone to a more difficult spot for these teams, honestly. The trifecta area is just such a difficult place to play, especially if you're in trifecta, right? In those compounds, it's such low ground. The way those buildings are positioned, you can't really see all that much, so it is going to be very, very difficult for them to hold on to that successfully. But I tell you what, PNCR here, we're just looking at them against the Lionesses here, and KR, they have two eliminations. PNCR have 4. They have lost 2 of their players, however, so there is not that man advantage, especially with Cat Vapes moving on, trying to get into zone, trying to get that off angle. But I tell you what, PNCR have done a really, really good job so far. So I am proud of their progress in this game. Whether or not they make it out of here is going to be a different story.
Yeah, definitely going to be a different story if they can be able to survive Lionesses. They've always got to, of course, survive that zone, as we said. Fenerbahce going to be on top of that bootcamp hill. Don't think that they will be wanting to stay there, though, coming down, as we have mentioned, also towards the trifecta compound. Although the trifecta is on a lower position, there is a lot of open angles for them to shoot down the Lakers onto Fenerbahce if that zone goes the wrong way. Though, however, Cat Veins couldn't find that flank side, and now I think PNCR and opening seem to have been there for the moment, but that extra angle for the shot, V-Nature allows the rush to help come through, and PNCR eliminated away. KR Lionesses are going to be able to continue the opportunity here for a comeback and consistency in this game to continue their climb on the leaderboard.
Yeah, absolutely. That was vital for the Lionesses to actually end up doing that, because now they are good to go to try and make their way into zone. There's no one on that side of the of their side of zone that is actually going to try and threaten them in any way. So they are good to go for now. But Kasich, Kaya, she knows there's someone out there. she knows there's someone called DLR lurking out there, medding up, but I think they're going to have to leave it alone and just let her med up in peace, because the zone has continued to move away from them. They're down over now to ruins. The Lakers have a bit of a better opportunity now. They can work on their eye level, right? They can work across the water, work on getting those gatekeeps coming through here. Fenerbahce going to be moving from that high ground, so they're no longer going to have that really looming presence above them. Now that they just have to think about who's in the center zone now.
Yeah, and also K6, I think they really need to make that move down the bridge, be able to move into the compound you can see on the edge, because now they haven't done so. Inception are going to move up. They're going to be able to take that one compound that K6 could have. So K6 are really in a bit of a trouble position with also the likes of Regnum Karia. Fenerbahce moving in on their own fight as K6 says, because we run over. It's here, Regnum Karia, they're not stopping it all. They're on a highway mission straight across that bridge onto a fight with Inception. As H2K was going to fall inside the elimination feed. Yakut going to be grabbing those points for themselves. Fenerbahce might be able to steal these eliminations away, though. You can see them eyeing it up, but their position really is not safe. Alem just a bit too close to the edge of that door side, gets spotted and gets punished.
That was a really heads-up play there against DLM, and Yakut, time and time again, we see Yakut really make these pushes in with really great reaction times. You love to see it. It's so important here. Regnum Karia, though, gonna get caught out at the end of the day. They've had such a good game so far. Really aggressive and not letting any teams get away with things, but in turn, they can't get away with such a late rotation across the only bridge in zone. They're gonna have to think of something else.
Yeah, definitely a really tricky rotation here for Regnum. I think they've really come to the end of the line for themselves. Inception, they're going to have to do an all or nothing push without that. Even their $1 million babies behind them. Going to be that awkward third party solo that no one ever likes, trying to focus on a really difficult position and having that solo player also shoot you down. Inception here, you can see them when we come into the Jeep. It really should be about trying to use one player, heal up as long as you can, and just try to survive in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. It definitely should be. I do like the rotation they're making, though. Going straight down to that south side. Looks like they got... Hang on. Who's doing that? Regnum. Oh, I see. Okay, there's a Regnum over here. I thought that Regnum was in those vehicles that were getting shot down there. I thought that was going to be a really heads-up play, but they've gone straight down, and Yakut now under fire because, of course, they're still under this bridge. They have 20 seconds to get into the zone, and there's still two teams ahead of them. There's a bit of a stalemate in those compounds behind them. I see it was the Lakers that were moving in really quickly on those vehicles, so we will be seeing what the Lakers have in store now, because the zone has moved away from the trifecta. Eagles coming up behind them.
And that's what you got to do in a zone like this, Neptune. You've got to move fast, you've got to move quickly without allowing these teams to prepare to those movements that you are making. Hard to kill are going to be eyeing up, though, the rest of KRI and SE stuck on the other end of this island here. It's just not going to work out for Logica. Kwai trying to stay under the water and out of the line of sight of these other players. Cat Banes as well going to do what damage they can versus the Eagles, but as that zoning goes, they've got no healing whatsoever. Cat Veins is going to be leaving this game too. But not before Bianca goes.
Cat Veins. Bianca going down there, but Cat Veins has nothing to heal up with. You're right, she is going to be going down there, but at least an attempt on a knock there. Yildiz going down, it's all happening. DLR from the back, where has she come from after all this time? I thought she was dead to the world all the way up there, but no, she is here, she's ready. She's not going to quite be able to fight both the zone and Growl here, but she does get that knock, and that's crucial for Inception.
Yeah, that is crucial. They get one indeed, and that's going to slow down Inception in this move out of Ruins, because they too are feeling the pressure of this phase 6 zone. You can see just how quickly these players get stuck inside. The moment they try to cross onto the island, the Lakers knock them back down. The zone goes downwards even further onto the road as well. But look at Regnum, the sneaky beaky team here of Regnum. Aria have got themselves past Inception, past the big $1 million babies, and into a great spot inside of this zone.
Tell you what, I'm so allergic to this zone. This is terrible. The Lionesses did their best, but down they go at the end of the day. The Lakers now moving in. The Lakers have had such a great day so far. Just 3 eliminations, but they've played so heads up, I think. The zone has blessed them a little bit. They've been able to do some good work here now on the Fenerbahce.
Fenerbahce on the road. It's a stun though. Beautifully done. It allows the opportunity to take down 2. That's how the stun grenade should be used. Futaba completely blind, trying to catch out Caesar. You can see the zone right on the edge, forcing Caesar Fenerbahce to come out into the open. Lakers will be able to find them, but that is a completely ruined also Lakers. They're going to look for the revive. They've got some time, 30 seconds. The smoke still will cover them, but Regnum Karia, you can definitely see their eyes are set on those smokes when they dissipate.
Oh, they absolutely are. That was beautifully played for the stun grenades. I'm always like, God, they're so useless. Not in the hands of Fenerbahce, apparently. GG's on that one. But the Lakers, down to just a duo at the moment. But so are everybody else. Inception and Regnum Karya both still in it. Great eliminations as well. So high point games for most of these teams. But we're looking at, again, a really nice showing from this Sandhawk for these teams that need these points. All 3 of these teams could really use some extra points to get back up onto that top 5 spot, if not the left side. So who's it going to be? Inception. Yildiz with that nade could be doing some excellent work there, but might fall just a little bit short. I think it will in the end, but she's following it up with another one. That one's better, but the rock blocks it, so not going to be happening there. Lakers unfortunately going down to a solo. Done instead. They are going to have to be satisfied with 3rd place, but these nades are coming out, Wolf.
Those nades are coming, and Regnum Karia are coming for their chicken dinner. Inception. They did not deal with this problem, and it's down to the 2v2 to decide who will now win. Can Inception bring themselves back? Those fire Molotovs are just going to burn them down. They don't need to fight. They'll take you from the distance. Regnum Karia sneak into the zone and sneak this chicken dinner away.
They do indeed. That was beautifully done. Did you see the timing on the burn time of the Molotov and the final nade for the final player? Yildiz went down the moment that her teammate did. So it was like a double whammy for that chicken dinner. I think Inception had very little chance when it comes to those nades, man. I mean, it was really, really nicely done. Regnum Karya, a very strong, hard-fought win for them.
Yeah, I think Regnum, I did actually think about it. I said that they should maybe heal, but actually when you see them moving all the way back past the camera, definitely there was an option for them there to start to work their way behind the teams. I'm just so surprised that these other teams didn't move down south as much towards this compound that you saw Regnum be able to take, and also those hillsides that you could see. I think a lot of the teams had a big focus on getting to the northern end of this zone and all of the opportunity of the hillside there, and then as soon as that zone hard shifted away, Regnum had the other great opportune spot, and they take the victory.
They do indeed. Very well played by so many of those teams, though I have to say. It was, again, like most Sandhawks, really a game for the lower place teams. We're going to be seeing a lot of flipping around because, believe it or not, after these 3 games, we're still very, very close in points to each other. So 18 points going to be going to Regnum Karya. They were slipping down the leaderboard as we came into this game. They have gone right back up.
Absolutely wonderful game from Regnum, and those rotations, I think, has to be the rotation of the game to get that chicken dinner for sure. Not only because they won, but how they got past that awful bridge position that they were stuck into. 283 meters, so it's going to be the longest elimination distance takedown, and it will go to Inception there. And no surprise to see the amount of total healing done as well is going to be a little bit low, I think, towards the end of that game. Was very fast paced, but definitely what doesn't surprise me is actually the increase in the throwable shoes. I think one of the highest throwables that we've seen in terms of stats so far.
Absolutely. It is interesting to see how each map has their own sort of stats coming in here, but the match ranking is going to be 18 points and then 13 for Inception. So again, not a huge difference coming into this game. We are seeing a few teams have an sort of equal amount of good things coming their way. But what's interesting, we are seeing some teams that we may have expected more from in this game going out with only a few points, namely PNCR, H2K, and Kasich. All three of those teams worked really hard, and they stayed in the game a lot longer than we might have thought for that amount of points there.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Inception also picking those 13 points up for themselves. Definitely going to be an opportunity for them to rise and get into that top 8 position. On the other hand, though, $1 Million Babies, we said it. I think they've been really struggling today. Woman moment as well, the same for them. And yeah, as you said, big differences in terms of a few of these other big names so far that we've seen just not hitting the mark.
Yeah, it has been very interesting to note kind of the differences between the two groups as well. But player focuses, we have all 5 with a picture. Isn't that nice? We love to see it, but it's interesting. Melina getting the most amount of damage for 2 eliminations. We rarely, if ever, see that. So Regnum Karya coming in here with 2 and 4 eliminations each, Melina and Cakes, but also Inception as well. We are seeing 2 from them. So a little bit more turned towards in favor of the 2 top teams for this game.
Yeah, I think towards these 2 top teams, definitely it was for them, the eliminations and the damage coming through. It was all the fighting that, of course, Regnum were doing before they crossed the bridge, and then also Inception controlling their position that they had to defend against all of those other teams. I'm a bit surprised that Lakers weren't able to, I think, do as much of work as I would have expected from them. Yeah, sure, they got some eliminations, but as we move towards that next graph of eliminations and damage, I'll be curious to see how their damage marker really comes out, because I think their position in that game really did give them a great opportunity to be able to do I think a lot more than what they did.
Yeah, I think it's this. Oh, this is actually an interesting graph here. I'm looking all the way down to the bottom with $1 Million Babies there. 152 damage. They are the only team without any eliminations whatsoever. So a really rough game for them. But if we go back over to the top, we're seeing more eliminations than damage, and much more than we're used to seeing in that ratio. So there's definitely a lot of stealing going on, a lot of third parties. So it's really interesting to see that as well. Obviously, that's where the Regnum Karya and Melina thing is coming in. Lots of damage, only 2 eliminations. So either they're getting rezzed or they're getting stolen.
Yeah, for sure. There were some sneaky strategies coming through from Regnum, as we've already said, but also Eagles, I think really the marker to probably start to see the majority of those later teams having the higher damage counts as that game went on, just surviving longer, also allowing them to do more of that game. I think every team was putting up to a slower fight, and then again, right, we had some of the situations with higher damage counts and slower team fights. As we move on to those overall standings, so it will be Kazakh Limerence with 89 points still at the top of that leaderboard. Fenerbahce, Eagle and KR Lionesses maintaining their spot, but Regnum Karya with that win are edging closer to the KR Lionesses, and you can see even Galactica Sirens, Inception and Hard to Kill. Yeah, sure, they aren't that far behind Neptune here.
They aren't indeed. It is going to be interesting as we get down to, of course, the last 2 games there. We are going to be seeing it get super, super close. It still is very close. I do want to mention very quickly as well, Women Moment, 11 points. all of them are eliminations, so they do have that aggression. They just can't seem to get to those placements. So that is interesting to note there. Same with PNCR, though, 23 eliminations.
That's crazy. That's really crazy. And you can definitely see that it's got to be something in the mid game, right? It's got to be something is stopping them getting to those kind of top point placement point positions by the end of the game. There's something that's going wrong there. Yeah, sure, they can get to the late game. Yeah, sure, they can start to get through the mid game, but there's a problem through that mid portion of the game for these teams. I think we move towards the eliminations here at Neptura. We can see Amaya maintain still their position at the top with those 26 eliminations. Cat Baines does now move up a little bit more in the second position with some work that the KI Lionesses were able to do in that match. But also there you see Cakes now also with those 15 eliminations in that fifth position too.
Yeah, and Cake's actually butting out Letty there from, who was that, from Eagles, I think? Yeah, with her 8 eliminations, something like that. So, yeah, butting her out completely there. So, very nicely done from them. And we're starting to see a little bit more of a representation closer to what we saw from day one. So, that is interesting to note as well.
Definitely more closer together, and these teams definitely also more aggressive, I would say, than our counterparts in Group A. Yeah, there was aggression there, but the eliminations so much higher when it comes to our top 5 in here in Group B. Now that Sanhok's over, we're moving back towards Miramar for our last opportunity in Phase 1 in Group B to perform here on the desert. How are we looking, shaping things up from the results of Sanhok?
I think, honestly, I'm not seeing too much of a boost for those lower teams after Sanhok. I think today actually might be a little bit different, so I'll be interested to see if it's going to be the same teams on top in Miramar, or we're going to see some different ones.
Yeah, can we see those lower teams continue that rise up into the top of the leaderboard? It will be after a short break where we find this question out.
So this is a little awkward. Things haven't really been working out well between us, and I think it's time for both of us to kind of just move
Welcome everyone back to the PMEWL mid-season showdown. My name is Highland Wolf, and of course Neptura is beside me as always. Now we're moving on to Miramar, our fourth game of Group B here tonight. Neptura, we had last time we were on Miramar just a game and a bit ago, where Eagles, where Kazakh, where Fenerbahce are favourites of the top of the leaderboard so far, did perform so well. However, in that Sunhold game, it kept consistent, where the lower teams brought themselves up. Now, you're telling me here, Neptura, that the lower teams could use that as momentum. Do we still believe it after the break, after a bit of a think about it?
Honestly, I'm not sure. I'm really not sure. The teams that have been consistent so far are really consistent. I know, and I think it's really still very much up in the air.
Look, I think definitely we're looking at Kazakh being that kind of outstanding team from the rest so far today. I mean, yeah, they had a massive win so far in Game 1, but Game 2 they continue to show, albeit minus an awkward grenade taking out 2 at the end, a very good performance in finishing in third place. They still didn't do all that bad in Game 3. No. It definitely could have been better, but it wasn't completely horrible, and now we're back onto a bit more of normality. I think that Kazakh could shine again.
Oh, absolutely. I think this is definitely not the end of the road for them. They still have a long way to go, though. Those teams are starting to creep up just a little bit. Remember, there's only 14 points between them and Fenerbahce. Fenerbahce have continued to make their kind of comeuppance back. That's not the phrase either, but you know what? It's fine. We'll go with it. You know, Fenerbahce, they had a little bit of a decline in first and second games. Now they're back for blood, honestly. So yeah, they're going to have to be careful. Fenerbahce, Eagle as well had a really good game, that one game, but then they fell off just a little bit in the Sandhawks. So we're going to have to see a little bit more from them. I think the real storyline here is, though, Wolf, you know, fourth, that really third through to, or ninth place even, probably eighth more likely. Super, super close. Less than 20 points between them. I mean, who's going to take those last two spots?
Yeah, but are we also maybe looking at, on the top end of the leaderboard, over that 100 points mark, because there's still 2 games to go. Now, we reached 100 points exactly with the side of Group A at the top of the leaderboard, but now can we see over 100 with maybe Kazakh, maybe also Fenerbahce here? I mean, even if we don't talk about the top 4, you've still got a big kind of pile of teams very close on points around that 58 mark.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think with 2 more games, the way that Kasich have been playing, definitely 100, more than 100 most likely. Fenerbahce, probably the same. Some of these teams are going to have to be much more consistent in the last 2 games. They're going to have to be consistent with higher points, I think. But it is entirely possible. I mean, 40 points in 2 games is not unheard of, so the Lionesses, even Regnum Karya, could still do that. But I think it really is very much in the ballpark of Kasich and Fenerbahce to both get those 100 points.
Yeah, definitely, and we've got to see if they can continue that possibility of staying consistent and staying at top, as the zone did go down towards the south. Of course, not going to see too much, I think, of the south fighting, because we didn't get to see too awkward of a plane path this time around on our 4th game, so teams are still fairly split and continuing the looting phase. We did see, unfortunately, a couple teams not make all players into the lobby, so Lakers and Women Moment, I think, yeah, Women Moment have been struggling, but a bit disappointing for Lakers, considering that we definitely saw them start to have a bit of a rise up here in the beginning of today, but yeah, I think after that 3rd game, the momentum did get stopped a bit.
It did, but I have to... Oh, well, hang on. I have to correct you just slightly there, because Women Moment and Lakers actually had a fight against each other and traded eliminations there. But it looks like
my bad.
Lakers are now... Well, yeah, I mean, they decided to all gang up over in Minas Generalis, so very interesting play from 3 teams to all go over there, but now Lakers have lost 2 because Onyx have gotten involved.
Yep, sorry. As we all know, Wolves cannot count to 1, so that is basically what happened right there. My bad. Onyx, unfortunately, are looking to reduce the Lakers down to 1 and to an absolute none, as they will be looking over onto the other building. One moment still in the vicinity, though. Also looking down the Lakers, so a bit of a pinch here for this team. Piper on the bottom of the building as well. Kolka maybe could have had that opportunity. I bet they wish they would have shot right now, because Kolka going to be able to take them down to that solo, and unfortunately for Nosty, they really are at the mercy of both of these teams. Piper is hunting them down, but what you can hunt down along with Piper and Nosty and Lakers here are your UC. You can get it in that code that you just saw on screen. You can get it in game. Go to the redeem section and put that code in, and if you are first to get to that code, you'll get 300 free UC. So make sure to be the first to do it. Lakers are, as we said, in the meanwhile going to be able to pick up 1, defend themselves for now against Women Moment, but a bigger threat here. Onyx lies ahead.
Yeah, again, a weird play by Women Moment. Had that backup. Any push upstairs in a house should always be at least 2 of you up there. But I like the aggression. I like the intent there, the attitude that says, yeah, I can do that. That's really nice. It's better than hesitancy, but, that's just overdoing it. There's over-aggression in play there, especially with that corner right there. That was a very easy pickup for Lakers. So I think a lot of teams losing out big here, but I guess Lakers the most, because for only a solo in a world of hurt right now, they only have 2 points to show for it. So not the best start for them.
Yeah, I mean, also a moment seeing the Onyx move into the building, gonna not go any further onto this fight, going to allow Onyx the full abilities to take down Lakers Monarchy here. They will set up what smokes they can. They've got 1 nade in their pocket, 1 first aid kit. It's not a lot, but they're trying what they can. The nade's gonna be utilized down the staircase already. I think a bit of a preemptive nade, maybe trying to hear out onto the footsteps, but they're definitely not close enough, these footsteps, yet. And now that they've lost the nade, that's a big tool that would have been definitely able to help out in this 1v4 to explode a couple of those members.
I tell you what, though, this is fantastic from Lakers here. Really heads-up play. Look at the smoke she's thrown into that building, making them think that she's actually in there, but she's not. Oh, no, it doesn't work, though. She just... that was a mistake. I think she should have stayed in that room that she was in the beginning. That would have been such a good play. Get them while they're looking the other way, because that was such a nice bait move.
Oh yeah, if she had kept that grenade in, used the bait with the smoke, if you walk into the smoke, you need them inside, that would have really put a lot of hurt into Onyx, but the execution just not quite there. Fenerbahce also pushing here as a team, trying to get into the side of Picado here, as they will be looking around before you. Back to Onyx, so as Women Moment also overlooking Onyx, maybe looking for a bit of a aggression onto a separated Onyx here as they move out from the area.
Quite possibly. It's an okay split they've got going on here. I just like to see them playing a little bit tighter together. It feels a little too split, and that's where they're going wrong. Basude does go down there, very nice, but no, they can't get knocked. They keep getting knocked when they need to not be. Rin is the only one left. Is she going to try and get this res? She might just do that while this team gets their other res on, but there's 3 of them to 2 of themselves, so it's not going to be easy. Nice nade over the top, though, to try and stop that.
Yeah, I mean, also look at that, though. 1800 UC. That's a bit of a... I don't know. I hope that's right. I mean, I'm not sure if that's right, but hold my mic here, Neptura. I'm getting into the action. This is the code I've been waiting for. Never mind the 300 UC numbers. I'm stealing that 1800 away. It's Woman Moment stealing back themselves. A bit of a retreat into the fight as the rest of Onyx will be slowly making their way up. But 1 knock will be revived. I don't think Onyx want to push over this hill, knowing that there could be a trap set up, so we'll now move back down and continue perhaps on another direction around.
I have 2 points to make, Wolf. Number 1, I think they've moved down because they've seen PNCR. They're right behind Women Moment here. Which would not be a good to get into. Number 2, I hate to tell you, Wolf, but that 1800 UC is mine. You said I could have the Miramar codes. So
darn! What are they doing against me? Yeah, but like, you can get like the free maths, Jake, but Neptura, she's definitely getting the 1800 UC on that like other one. Darn. Okay. Yeah, Trickno, you better be listening to me. I want 1800 on a wrangle next game, please. Please send.
Yes, do it. Oh, I tell you what, this is interesting. Right before we go into this fight, look at K6 split down here. Big split down there. Leora all the way almost to Puerto over there. Not sure if that was just getting a vehicle or if she's just straggling behind trying to loot a little bit more. But an interesting spot nonetheless. PNCR still up there, but now I think this push is about to happen in Picado.
Before you have been sat here a fair while around Picado with Fenerbahce, a bit of a stalemate has occurred. Definitely questions around, of course, the loot, as always, when you are this tied together with 2 teams in Picado and also at a stalemate. Also, with the nature of this zone, I think some teams starting to possibly look around the hillsides up towards the north of Picado, definitely on their rotation in, so it will only complicate the situation here for Fenerbahce and also here before you. A bit nervous for both of these teams as this phase 2 does close in.
It does indeed. Oh, and an interesting zone. We are going to Chumacera. So these teams now, PNCR have a knack for getting themselves into the right position here. Because look at that. They're now gatekeeping or have the potential to gatekeep both of those teams up by Monte Nuevo. But it's about to get very, very busy as we look over towards the Picado area. Teams starting to move on in. Los Leones, that Death Valley between Chumacera and Los Leones, looking very good, and DLR are in their favorite church spot, so hopefully for them, finally some good points for them.
definitely. I think that church position is a right banger of a position. So much information as well. I mean, Sarah Hill, another one of those ones. I think Regan and Karia really have a great position right now over the top. I also love the rotations coming wide. Already you can see Kasich Limerence moving around towards that backside. There's definitely a lot of hillside and mountains on that very southern westerly point of the map, and teams could even on the more western side make that rotation past Valdemar and into those mountains as well. So some good opportunities, some good positions in the second zone still.
Yeah, definitely. I think Kasich are going for that very spot on those mountainsides behind Chibi. I think that's a good play for them. But please, can people stop fighting in these red buildings? It's so annoying because it's a stalemate forever and ever and ever. And before you, either of these teams could go out super early just because they refuse to not fight or to fight. They refuse to not fight. There we go. In these red buildings. It's so silly.
Yeah, and also keep in mind, right, again, they're sharing their loot inside Picardo. They've not moved anywhere else. They've been in this position for a very long time. I like that Alina is moving around, continuing to try also loot up and find a good position for Fenerbahce's squad. It is very vital that Fenerbahce look for maybe an out point at this stage in time. They are also at the mercy of the edge of this zone. So unless stage 3 would ping back towards Picardo, very unlikely to, they are going to be at the mercy of lack of equipment and lack of ability, vehicles even, to rotate into the next couple of phases if they survive this fight.
Yeah, absolutely. Not to mention teams that will be starting to take positions around Picardo, especially in this kind of zone. They're going to get gate kept pretty heavily if they're not careful. So it's just all kinds of bad, these kinds of fights, because they just take so very long. They're a drain on all those things. But I think it's the end now, Bon. Before you have had enough, they're about to push on Wolf.
Yeah, I think we've been looking at the information on the first steps, trying to find a few isolated members here of Fenerbahce, and if they have caught the eyes of Alina, if they have caught the other Fenerbahce member over inside of the casino, they may have realized that there are only 2 members now compared to the 4 inside the building, so looking to potentially make a push. $1 Million Babies also eyeing up the position of White. Here you can see just over the top of the outskirts of this ridge here, looking towards Los Leones, I do believe, but Whites are just going to be a bit far away from $1 Million Babies. They're also just keeping information on this church, of course, of H2K. Nothing really I expect to come through with the distance and not fully confirmed information from all of these 3 teams, but still just taking it slow inside.
Yeah, and fair enough. You know what? Slow and steady. If you're a team that haven't been doing as well as you might have hoped to have done, slow and steady is chill. We're good with that. You can just take your time, get that position set up nicely. PNCR might be one of those teams that are trying to do that. They've got a pretty good spot up here overlooking Onyx. I think this is probably up towards Monte Nuevo, but we haven't seen them in a while. It doesn't really look like Monte Nuevo, so I think there's been some rotations going on here. But yeah, Onyx in a bit of a bad spot here, honestly. They can take some shots over on to the side to their north, but as you can see, Ezzy doing some good work onto those vehicles, so they're in a bit of a pickle.
They will know that with those shots there is a team above them, so I'm hoping that Onyx will utilize that information to actually move a bit towards the other end of the compound, so have some cover and use those buildings as natural blockers away from Ezzy's bullets. However, I want to also take us back to the chill, and this got me thinking, my random thoughts as I have at the end of the day. You know you're saying about chill, right, Neptura? Do you play PUBG Mobile in your bed, nice and chill, like me, cough, or do you sit on the desk and play from the computer? Because I think it depends. If you're in a voice call, then you sit at a desk, but if you're just also on your phone, it's sometimes nice to be chilling.
I go in between that. I have a really big, comfy chair, like an armchair, that I've molded specifically to me.
I'm jealous.
And I just sit there. Yeah, that's what I do.
My goodness me, I didn't think of the chair.
chair. Yeah, it's great.
Yeah.
It's really nice.
Oh man, I'm so jealous right now. I didn't think of the chair. I need to get a good chair. Yeah, I've been looking at chairs. Great. Yeah, my chair's a bit falling apart right now that I'm sat on. So definitely the chair. This is what we're going to be looking at, and I've got some ideas. You know, I think we do have to be careful here, as before you are also getting a bit more antsy about getting a position onto Fenerbahce here. Fenerbahce also moved all of their players inside the building. They are still inside of this fight. However, they do have the likes of Moment coming in. That one player or two, two players, should I say, moving in to the Picardo location. Only going to complicate things and slow them down here. It's this zone phase 3. 1 minute to go. Look how far they are. 1,200 meters. Something needs to give, and you can see Fenerbahce, they've tried now to do that give, tried to do that push further in onto before you, knowing that something needs to happen in this minute. They're going to be walking up, but before you have this position, they've kept strong, and they're forcing Fenerbahce into a bit of a panic here as they need to come up to the staircase. They've already found one. For now, another of Fenerbahce will stand behind the staircase again to give cover as the revive comes through, but you can see these outer locations.
Clever.
Definitely a nade here would be great, but you can see Ara doesn't have one in their inventory. So a bit of an unfortunate occurrence here in the midst of this fight.
Yeah, it is. I'm not sure what Fenerbahce are really doing. They're stomping around, making a big old noise, but they're still going up one by one. Unfortunately, Ragnar Kari going to be taken out. Women moment there, so that's them out of here. But GG way. But yeah, it's weird. Fenerbahce just going one by one up those stairs. Still, it seems odd. They're making a big old fuss, really without any bite at all. But Yoko going down there. Kitty, I think she's just going to have to try and get out of there while she still can, as is Razdva. Oko is going to be
Fenerbahce
here at gone. Fenerbahce doing work now. Here we go.
Yeah, they do so much work here. They're able to clean it up through, but look at the health bars. They're inside the zone. I know, we've been there for so long to warm up, and then we missed it. We missed the fight. I'm so sad. $1 Million Babies baiting us in again. Yeah, that's because they got the money to slide under the table to put the camera on them. I know the strategy is this in the name. I know what they're doing, Kitty. I know what I see is Regan and Karia are going to be overlooking them. Also taking a look at the $1 Million Babies, who are struggling, to be fair, today. But it hasn't looked like the $1 Million Babies we saw in the first day. It's like night and day for this team.
It really is, and I'm not entirely sure what the deal is with that. I mean, we just haven't seen much of them at all to even compare their strategies and kind of what their rotations are doing. So interesting to see that. I continue to love what PNCR are doing. I mean, this is a very bold kind of split, but it's working, and they're getting that rotation in. They're they're getting all that information, and that zone favors them, but it also favors Inception after that great game on Sandhog. Are we going to get a consistent result from them?
Yeah, I mean, zoom in. Goodbye, Fenerbahce. They are really not getting into this zone. They're not just getting rid of them off the screen. As we do see, I think these mountainsides towards the left of the zone, I think really is the high point here PNCR have. Is going to be the most beneficial part of the zone. Campaigns around KRLI and S's is a little bit of a rich line there. It could be utilized. Also allows you to kind of dip back between the mountainside as well and avoid a bit of the road, avoid the mountainside of where Inception can shoot from PNCR. There is some cover if need be, crossing over. You can see that Eagles are going to utilize some of that cover to be to move into the zone here as well, but it looks a very aggressive, very chaotic zone here.
It really is. These are the kinds of zones you love to see in PMPL and PMGC, because it means all these brilliant teams are going to have to be super close quarters, and it is a difficult moment of silence for Caesar Fenerbahce, the first to go down to the zone. I think we're going to see
the first of many
that direction. Yeah, look at their health on the right-hand side there. Not good at all. But, I think this is such a dynamic zone. And Ragnar Karya, after getting getting rid of DLR there, they're having some of their own. It looks like Cake's kind of having to move off a little bit, trying to dodge and weave between Cat Veins' bullets there, and Cat Veins has a brilliant angle. She's trying to gatekeep as much as possible here because the zone is behind her, so this could look very good for them.
Yeah, really great position, as we said, on the edge here to the right, the other high point of the zone compared to the high of PNCR on the terrain and the elevation point of view. Regnum Karia also going to be eyeing up here the side of Hard to Kill, who really are struggling on the edge of zone, and you can see that Solo going to be now moved back up, try to assist with the KR Lionesses. However, they do have to be careful of Hard to Kill still alive, and a couple players there definitely could upset a fight between not only, I think, the side of Regnum, but also KR Lionesses. Thankfully for the both of the two, though, they have decided to move back towards the south, where the rest of their team are, but now at the mercy here of KR Lionesses. As you can see, they're trying to move around, move into the zone, as they will need to get a better position. The zone moving down towards this sort of southwesterly part here. Yes, you can see beside the road, those western mountains really are the location of the end of the game.
Yeah, Hard to Kill doing some really good work here tonight. They've been really putting in a good fight and putting a good word for themselves, I think. Right now, a little bit difficult on that hillside. They're going to have to try and do something. Regnum Karia in a world of hurt. They're trying so hard, and yet it's not doing very much at all. And now they have H2K, full team, pushing on in. Beautiful response there from Cakes to this push. Great fight on both sides so far.
Regnum Karia doing good work here as Cakes getting themselves and their squad inside of that zone. They're going to find another one. Brilliant work from Cakes to keep himself alive here. There's elimination possibilities all around for H2K as the last one should fall here so low. Kasich Limerence as well. But you can see Inception behind him taking elimination onto Love Karia. So it is also that potential third party that's keeping Kasich busy.
It is indeed. Regnum just clutching that up. Look at Cakes, 5 eliminations. I bet you that's the one before. Kudos to H2K. They did a super good job there. They just fell apart a little bit on that push. I think they just did a little bit too much 1v1. Oh, Fenerbahce, goodbye. Down they go. They get 4 points, but at what cost? Not able to get quite into zone effectively there. I think one solo did get in. I was watching her health and it wasn't going down any further, but she did get yeeted in the end. She wasn't going up any either. So the zone is starting to push up now. You can see that, and here comes the scramble for teams. PNCR are in, but so are Inception. They are looking really, really good. Very strong.
Yeah, Inception really do have a great position here. I think PNCR were the other ones with his strong position. You can see, though, Onyx now coming behind PNCR. A bit of a contention here on the northern side. Is Onyx, so the pressure on them. You can see this zone has now started to attack, and it is pincering them towards PNCR. And unfortunately for Onyx, that is just a bit too much pressure. They are starting to fall, and they are now down, and it will be out. PNCR able to pick up the eliminations. They will be able to keep all 4 of their players crucially alive, which gives them the time now to move into this zone. Another minute before it shifts once more. Galacticos also trying to step further in onto the zone, but PNCR, they might just have found Eagles out of position. They weren't already, and they will lose one. Now Melcy-Chi, the only one remaining for the Eagles squad, going to have to sit outside. Actually, I do correct myself, there is one inside of the zone, but they are insanely split and would not be able to take a fight against a 4-man squad realistically.
PNCR doing such incredible work. What is this, like back-to-back-to-back fights and back-to-back-to-back wins? 6 eliminations so far. Regnum Karia doing good work as well. I gotta say though, Kasich are out, so that is our most consistent team so far out of the game. There's no more chance for points from this last Miramar of the phase, and now it's Inception. The way this zone has moved away from them, they have to go downhill. Can they actually move against these teams inside zone? You do see a couple of solos around them, but it's who is on the other side that's the worry.
right, it is who's on that other end that can make it in. Inception are the ones striving forward for trying to establish their position in this zone, but look at where they've gone, right down into the middle of the death trap of all of these teams. You can see maybe a bit too hasty moving into this zone. They could have let it stand a tiny bit longer as this next stage moves further in. Eagles, that crucial one player, putting a lot of pressure there as as Eleanor G is able to continue to put some more pressure down on their movement in. They get a couple knocks, now they're able to potentially even move their way further forward. Is Galacticos going to be looking over their only 4-man squad remaining in this game? Still alive, all 4 players can move in. Inception, meanwhile.
Eagles still on a solo, still outside zone. Isn't really on anyone at all, but it is definitely looking good for Eagles. Another consistent performance on Miramar. Remember, they won the last Miramar of today, so they're back in the top 4. They are a solo, so far less strong, surely, than last time, but you never know. Looks like she might have gotten a knock on to one of the Inception girls there, so we could be looking at a few more points, but no, they do go out 4th place in 4th eliminations, though. Fantastic result for them. Very, very consistent
PMCR.
on Now it's PMCR's turn. Look at this. Oh, maybe not.
They're shooting down. Look at the amount of smokes, though, down by Galacticos. They got so much cover down, so many different spots. You can see if PNCR struggle to find a position. Inception will take advantage with Galacticos, but Galacticos take the eliminations, and they will be up, though, Inception to 8. Galacticos up to 5 as Inception moving their way in, but this looks like a very dominant Galacticos looking for their chicken dinner. They have the team, they have the utility left. 5 nades for Inception. Better start chucking them down because they are running out of room. 30 seconds until this blue engulfs them, and that's what the Galacticos are waiting for. They just need to survive, but Inception grabs one. For now, Lotus is down. Galacticos to 3. But Zeros needs to find more than just one if they want to move in. They need to find a second. They need to whittle down this squad and get an angle inside. They will be continuing to heal up the rest of their team behind them. It's only the 2 together. Zeros providing some support as Yildiz on the left, continuing to edge their way forward. Snaking, still with the backpack on, spraying through the smoke, but finds no hit counters just yet. Getting on the tractor for the high information, and they find one. They almost find a second, but it's not quite quick enough. It's Yildiz now. The information has been given away. The nade is being coded. Can they find a second? Can they blow him up? Yes, they can. They will get the double, and now they need to look for Cylinder. They look for another as the information of Cylinder has been given away. They move forward. Yildiz back under the ridge line to protect himself, avoiding the shots for now, looking for the second, but the body won't be enough, and they fall. Galacticos still come out with the win, but boy, did it get close.
It did get so close, Wolf. Oh my goodness. I honestly thought Inception had that at the very end there, but Galacticos rounding back up last minute, getting that final 1v2 done and dusted. Big GG's on Galacticos' side. They fought very hard. I mean, all those teams fought super duper hard for that win. Inception did a fantastic job. I just want to know, Wolf, in what world does the team with the high ground end up losing to the teams below? I mean, that should never happen, but somehow it did this time.
Well, you know what? When you have a tractor and you can comms the exact position of every 4 player, and also you get that low ground, I think it was really beautiful play of utilizing the low ground to make the angle so that the shots couldn't quite reach onto Yildiz, and also using the body, of course, of their teammates as well. It was a valiant effort to try to block as many shots, but there was just too many players of Galacticos by the end of it.
Yeah, it was. There was just too much open ground. You know, the ridge only does so much until they get too close to you, and then it doesn't really do much at all. So a great play coming in from them, but they just didn't have enough cover at the end of the day to make it work. And that's going to be Galacticos with a phenomenal chicken dinner. I think that was quite a few points. I didn't quite catch how many they had. Here we go, just on time. 7 eliminations, not the most we've seen so far today. Certainly not the most we've seen in the group, but certainly going to be enough. They had started to slide down those placements just a little bit. This should solidify perhaps that top 6 at least going into the last game.
Yeah, for sure. I definitely think Galacticos here are going to be very happy with their position. They were contesting that kind of top 4 position, right? But we saw they were edging their way up in that top 5 to 8 spots. I believe they were in 6. So now with that win, really, if they can keep up another consistent performance, we may be even seeing them inside of that top 4, sneaking away a position in. It's Inception. Yeah, we'll be also getting their 298-meter longest elimination takedown here in this Miramar game. A lot of healing done, as you can see this version. 8,600. I mean, that is a lot of healing.
Wow.
220 nades.
It's not even knock.
Yeah, I know, right? As well as throwable shoes, 220, a big number more. And I think also catering to, I think, those longer teams fights that we saw, Koth in Picaro, and also with the way that the zone worked out, right, there was a lot of time to, I think, loot up, and then the fights all really only broke out towards the end, so that's when they had a lot of more utility to be able to use. Inception do take out the 2nd position, and pmsl there in the 3rd.
Yeah, very nicely done. Very few points between them as well. Again, we're seeing that a lot today. And yeah, we could be shaping up, well, we are shaping up for a very intense last game because these points are still so close. There's only really a gap between 1st and 2nd, and that is sort of closing little by little. I mean, we look at Kasich and Fenerbahce both got equal amount of points this round, so definitely looking very close for a lot of these teams.
Yeah, for sure. It is all to play for in this last game, particularly for those final spots. That 1st to 4th place, remember, you get there by the end of this next game, you're going straight through to the finals. And if you get to the 5th and the 8th position, you go to phase 3 for a chance to get to the finals next week. And if you don't, if you're still in the right side of the leaderboard, don't worry, because you still have a chance in phase 2. Nobody's getting eliminated, so we will be able to see all of the opportunity for these teams at least by the end of this week. And yeah, Women Moment are out of the standings. Off they go. They've left to get. They've left the room.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, but look, it's just an empty spot. Yeah. I got it was bad, but I didn't think it was that bad. Like they like that, you know, bad, yeah. You said about like you're not getting eliminated. Like I have other words to say. I'm eliminating myself.
Self, yeah. Definitely. Oh my goodness, that's kind of funny. But yeah, they'll be back. Don't worry. That's just a glitch. It's all good. As we'll be moving on to what's next on our rotation, let's have a little bit of a look. But yeah, we'll be looking at some of these teams, how they're kind of shaping up in general. But we're coming back to us. Hello. Hi, it's us again.
Look, I mean, we get to look at the overall standings a bit later. We're having a little bit of technical issues. You can see Women Moments have been running away, so we need to go back and make sure that they're okay. As we will be moving into a wrangle for our next game here. It's one more game here, Neptura. We do have a bit of a tight leaderboard that we can understand going on here for that top 4, as we've mentioned. Do you think that there is the rise for this upset where potentially that top 4, especially with $1 million babies, right, falling down, there's now an opportunity at a spot for these teams to fight for?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. There's definitely some wiggle room there for some of these teams to go, hey, we could do that, and just really come in and steal the show. I think already we're starting to see a few teams edge their way closer to this, but I think, yeah, it's definitely on the charts for them to do that, definitely.
Look, I think also Erangel has been an interesting one for these teams. We kind of mentioned it at the start of today. I think also Kasich definitely were able to pull out a good win when it came to that difficult positional play by the end of our first game, but also the rotations, right, in terms of what we saw in that first game were definitely quite interesting. So I'm curious to see what they were able to pull out, but we're going to pull back in towards these stats as we do get back to our player focus. We're back on track here, everyone, for Yildiz and the top with 5 eliminations. No rings to the 1,000 damage marker yet, unfortunately, Neptura. We still got one more game, though. Don't worry, we still got one more opportunity left.
We got one more left. Nice to see Yildiz up at the top here. She was definitely a contender for this last time in Season 2, the beginning of this year. So nice to see her back on top there for this game, at least as we go to the overall standings. Oh, the gap is widened just a little bit, it feels like. But Eagle Esports right up behind Fenerbahce here.
And look, tied for 4th and 5th position, but the placement points coming out for Galactico Sirens, which is what's giving them that edge, as well as what a chicken dinner, should I say, as well. That will be also the one that allows them to be above KR Lionesses. Regnum Caria as well, very close behind, 2 points there. Inception only 4 points away. So yeah, hard to kill. There is a gap there. There is a fight maybe for that 8th position, but that 4th to 7th position, very close indeed. And these top 5 eliminations are very close, apart from the top, where Amaya is setting down her stamp in the top position. 28 eliminations there in number 1.
Yeah, isn't she just? That's a great result, continuing that. But I think it's been 28 for a little while now. I don't really remember, but it feels like the rest of the girls are just still trying to catch up a little bit. Cat Vane's up here with 21 now, and Cakes with 20. So again, needing to do their bit for their team. And I think, honestly, if we saw kind of the head-to-heads and their contribution, I think it would be not that much, because all 4 players are doing their utmost.
Yeah, definitely. I think, especially with the teams such as Kasich Limerence, you can see the teamwork there. Also, Regnum Caria is, sure, Cakes is up there as the fragger, but there's definitely a lot of support coming through from their team. We'll have to see if it can all stack up for these teams competing for that 4th place position in Erangel. One more shot to get to those finals. We'll be right there after a break.
things haven't really been working out well between us, and I think it's time for both of us to kind of just move
Welcome back, everyone, to the final game here of Group B and the first phase of our PMEWL mid-season showdown. My name is Hannah the Wolf, and I'm joined by Netshura, of course, to the left of me. It is a wrangle time, Netshura, and the stakes could not be higher for the finals. A spot to compete for $7,000 and $80,000 you see on the line for some of these teams. A bypass ticket there, but they gotta get to the top four, and that's where the contention lies.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, we saw that just before the break, the overalls happening. I mean, fourth is tied right now. Fourth and fifth are tied. There's less than 20 points, or exactly 20 points, between eighth and fourth right now. So all to play for, absolutely coming into this Orango Wolf.
Look, it's very close indeed, but the tiebreaker is that chicken dinner, and that could be something that also breaks that fifth position, because remember, that is what they do not have, that chicken dinner on board, whereas the teams opposite them, such as Ragnum and also the likes there of the fourth team, do actually end up having that chicken dinner on board. So that is the difference maker that we need to keep in mind. Can that be enough if it comes to tie breaks? On the other hand, we also do have to look at that eighth position as well, because that eighth position, hard to kill, do control that spot right now. That is also on the bubble. There is some contention between them and the 9th and 10th or so placed teams, and that is also a difference between making it to phase 3 to then compete for the finals, or making it to phase 2 later this weekend, where they will have to compete with only 1 day's break and continue on their way, only to have to compete for phase 3 and then another time for the finals. So a lot more longer road if they do not make it into this top 8.
Yeah, absolutely. It is a very much longer way about these things. The flight path not going to make this journey any easier, though. They are looking at a little bit of a skewed plane path, I'd say, Wolf. I mean, it's not really going over to that western side very much here.
Right.
But we do see PNCR moving over to the military base area, so this will be interesting. Eagles, of course, are going to Novo. Is there going to be a hot drop for this last game? I don't think that's a really good idea for PNCR, considering how well they've been doing so far.
Yeah, so I will elaborate on my lack of knowledge there in a moment. It is KR Lionesses and also Galacticos Sirens. Galacticos have the chicken dinner in 4th position, and KR Lionesses are the one is in 5th, and it is Inception, I believe, if I'm not wrong, in 6th position right now. Might be mistaken on 6th, but that is definitely 4th and 5th position so far. They are contesting each other. Hard to Kill, speaking of also other contentions, are going to be up against Ragnum Karia, interestingly enough here. They will be down towards the farm side, and a bit of contention even in Novo, where you've even got the side of Eagles looking over PNCR Destiny.
Yes, indeedy. Oh, honestly, Wolf, I have to say that's the most basic, best zone we've seen so far in the last 4 days. I mean, it's really giving these guys a break, huh?
Okay, look, we said this, you can say this, but we had a very similar zone game 1, and just remember,
That's true.
where it went up. So, like, it might be baiting us in to the false allurement of a nice, easy zone where it could go anywhere, and then it drops you down into Gatka Fields again.
That is true. That is very true. I mean, it could just be baiting these girls into just breathing a little easier and then getting them in the end. So you're quite right. We cannot relax just yet. We got to see where this zone goes in the next couple of phases. At the moment, I am seeing a couple of interesting spots here. Kasich over in Lipovka, very much boxed in there. They got a couple of teams around them, so they're going to have to wait for them to start rotating first. And it's the same situation for Women Moment. Look at them in Melta Power right behind. I think that's DLR there. So I'm going to have to be very, very careful. I would expect to see them actually wait for a very late rotation through the blue, as we see some teams do. But Lipovka actually, I guess I was mistaken. It's not just one team here. We got a couple, Onyx and Kasich. Now, Kasich cannot go out here, but Onyx, on the other hand, currently in 12th position so far. They need these points too.
Yeah, Onyx could still put in a bit of an upset to Kasich's century mark on that 100 points that they are still going to be looking for here, as Onyx Esports, a team that I think had the potential in the first day, but again, one of those other squads there sort of fell short today. I think they've had glimpses of power moments, but nothing's really came through when it comes to full team fights.
Yeah, it just hasn't. It has been a little bit lackluster for them. I'm stopping my words or slowing down my words because I'm just looking at the minimap there with a 3-1 split. That is interesting from Kasich. It's very risky in a place like this where there are a lot of buildings. You don't know all the angles specifically. But it's definitely making sure that Onyx can't have as many angles, and it's making sure that Kasich have as much information as possible. So it's definitely one that has a lot of pros and a lot of cons at the same time. Not entirely sure how I feel about it, but for so far it's working.
Yeah, definitely as long as this back part of the solar pressure can continue to live, there is definitely that Kasich here as $1 million baby. So in amongst the fight versus here, Women Moment, and Women Moment are taking it to the $1 million babies, and they are taking advantage of the fact that, well, Yoko just wasn't there in the fight, so it was a disadvantaged position. They also are a player down. They're definitely a player down. I see it this time, as they will be 1 down to 2 this time. So I'm doing my maths. I can count up to 4. I am very impressed with myself.
Yes. Nice, well done. Really good work from both of you. Clap, clap. Everybody clap. There we go.
I can count
Great
to
work
4.
from both
I
of
passed
you.
my first grade.
Yay! Let's go. And Women Moment, though, I really didn't like that push initially. You know, they go against completely what I was saying about really taking it slow and having a long rotation. But they targeted a solo there. So while $1 Million Babies can spray all they want, as long as they don't get knocked, they are in the advantage here. So this is a nice play from them. However, the fight over in Lipovka is still ongoing, and it's heating up, Wolf.
Onyx are making a move over towards Kha'Zix, but I'm not sure it's working here, as, they will just, there's nothing else to say about that. Nego's last one. K's Limerence will be able to take down all of Onyx so far. It is going to be 4 points towards them, and as I think we move back towards the rest of the map here, you can start to see these obviously rotations coming out at the end of our stage 1 as the blue zone does begin to move in, teams starting to settle themselves a bit deeper into the zone and their next positions now that we are ending the beginnings of the looting phase towards the mid game. Is rest of, as you can see in Pachinki, there is before you here, looking over Lakers on the church side and on that high ground. But looking at Lakers in the back here, Kolka, a bit of a split, let's say, will go right through the middle of before you, driving in. But do they realize that there is more players on that far side angle? Is White Esports as well looking over the rest of their own opponents here, deciding not to go for it and keeping control, I would hope, of this center island. I think a very powerful center island position, and can still use this against Galacticos to slow them down.
Yes, indeed. Now, this is an interesting play from before you. Another team we have seen kind of struggle today, especially compared to certainly day 1, where we saw before you a lot in those end games, in those end fights. Nice play from Women Moment here. It's a good rotation. They were just looking a little bit too stationary there. It wasn't really the best spot for them. So they have held on, and they have moved on as 3, so that is nice to see from them. However, $1 Million Babies, they really desperately need this last game to do something, but I think at this point it's safe to say they probably aren't going to make that top 4 position. They've currently got 37 points, and as a duo already, just when teams are starting to get really antsy about keeping their players and being super defensive, super aggressive, then I think $1 Million Babies really have their work cut out for them.
Yeah, it's just really unfortunate, because remember, at the start of the day, $1 Million Babies were in 4th. They were one of the teams that we looked at and expected them to continue to be on form. But they really just weren't. They even, of course, remember, took a game to a chicken dinner. So it just is not the $1 Million Babies that we expect to see. And they will not be eliminated, as we say. We can only hope that later on, I assume, being in phase 2, that they will continue to improve and kind of amend the mistakes of what is going on today, because I'm not sure what it is, but it needs to be fixed quickly.
It really does, and that's the good thing about phase 1 is this doesn't mean adios, right? It just means you have to be back in a day, so you better get on that right away if they do end up going to phase 2. So, yeah, it's a shame, but it's not the end of the road for them, so it's nice to see that we may be able to get that $1 million play from the $1 Million Babies once again. You could, though. I'm not sure what happened. It looks like maybe up against Regnum Karya, perhaps there, but they're down to just the 1. That's very strange. Yeah, it is Regnum Karya. There you can see the bloodbath of vehicles on the outdoor side. Look at this. This is just ridiculous, you guys. Get your cars in order.
Definitely happened. Something definitely happened there. The parking is not on. There is going to be tickets issued if they do not fix
yes.
those parking mistakes.
Absolutely.
We are coming in. And I tell you what I'm also looking for is $1 Million Babies, if they can still stay alive as a duo here. Now, I said they may be out. There is a possibility still. I can't mathematically eliminate them. Wouldn't it be amazing if we now say, look, we hope them to come back, they're not here, and they just prove everyone wrong, and they say, you know what, we are still here, and they 2v4, or 2v everything, I guess everyone else, the entire lobby. That would be something. Yeah. And you know what?
That would be amazing.
I'm here for it, and I wouldn't be surprised in a way if they did it, because we know what these girls can do when they're on form.
Yep, absolutely. I'd love to see that. That would be just the plot twist of the tournament. I would love to see that.
Oh, yeah.
But we'll have to see. We will have to see. Eagles have been looking very strong so far. They've got a pretty nice rotation going on at the moment. Little bit split from my taste at the minute, but that's okay. They know what they're doing. They still got all 4 up and going. And it looks like they're going to be switching direction there a little bit. Going to be going more over towards the Pachinki Hills. This is a good spot for them. It looks like they may... No, they look like they're in zone after that new change there. Yes, they are. So it is going to be going down to the south side. We are seeing a little bit of Sosnovka Island there, but I think it's safe to say we won't be seeing that in zone anytime soon.
I'm sorry, I need to just take us back to this vehicle, because
yes.
but Eagles are running. Are those like lasers coming out of the vehicle? I'm sorry, there's like fire coming out and there's lasers? Like,
is that like the back?
How is the field on fire? Like,
I know, right? Literally, yes. Like those exhaust fumes, man, is doing something. I don't know.
Yeah, imagine you had that IRL. Just 6 like fire exhausts coming out, lasers coming out. That's like when you get on the road. Imagine being behind that. I would keep my distance, like at least triple the distance behind. Like that sounds way too scary to have to come up against.
It does. It does. I mean, it'd be a great anti-tailgate maneuver, handbrake,
and then imagine now you do like the moves like a J turn on it. You like pull on like the handbrake, and you like turn around while moving. Just set the entire like field on fire in a circle. Like, please add that. Yeah. Can you imagine if they added that to now fire in PUBG? The exhaust just lighting flames to everything. Yeah. Oh my days.
Imagine the zone is just fire.
I need a better zone to handle all those fire graphics. That's what I need.
Yeah, my little XR is not going to handle it very well. But White are not handling this nade. My goodness, Reagan Kara do not back down, do they? White, unfortunately, right behind this vehicle, not looking too good. They're trying desperately to get... Oh, hang on. They're trying desperately to get these knocks, but it's just not working until it does. And Regnum Karya going to get rid of White in 15th place. Unfortunately for them, they're just not going to be able to get any more points on the board. And for Onyx and for White, that is going to be the phase 2 situation happening for them. So we'll see them on the weekend, but GG's.
Yeah, unfortunate for White. Got to see what they can do to continue to perform. Lakers as well in some difficulty. If they fall here, it might just be phase 2 for them as well. Since inception, looking to control their own fate and make their way into the finals with a big game. They will need the points. They will need to take down Lakers here and start that elimination point climb. There goes their first, is they will be able to take down University. And as inception move forward, they will begin to pick off these Lakers members. Just a bit split here, I think, on the Lakers side. They're trying their best. They almost get 2, but you can see with a numbers advantage, there's just no way the Lakers in a solo position can take on the Inception squad.
Yeah, not at all. We got a third party going on there, though, as well. I did see Yellow and Orange being very sneaky over there, so we'll have to see what is unfolding in Pachinki at the end of the day. We do see Hard to Kill have moved up on to Pachinki Hill. We don't see anything from the Eagles. I thought they were going to be moving into this position, and they just haven't. Instead, it is the Lionesses.
Yeah, almost hard to kill. Malafit is going quite low there. KR Lioness has got the long range ability. Lexa as well, peeking behind that little bit of a ridge on the edge of Potato Hill here of Pachinki. And hard to kill. Going to be looking over it. This is still a great position here over the rest of the Gapka fields and looking past Pachinki further into the centre of zone. I am curious of where that phase 2 currently is actually in Aptura. You do get a look at it, is it has centred pretty nicely, I would say, up towards the centre. There is always that question mark at the South Island, but I'm pretty sure that we will be going towards that main part of Wrangle.
Yeah, and I think everybody else thinks that as well. In fact, they are deciding that we are going to be going down to it's not Farm. I'm not sure what that area is. It's in between Pachinki and Farm, that little bit of space there. Big old hill and lots of little compounds, but not a whole lot of cover in between those. So a very interesting spot for the zone to go. We'll see if these teams are right. Generally, when the majority of them are in a position, it generally means they're kind of right here. But interesting to note, Yakut is not moving, and DLR are making some late rotations. They're still in zone, still well within their right to do so. But where will the zone go? Will it favor them? I don't know.
Yeah, before you're going to be on the opposite end here for Inception, but I definitely can see, why these teams were positioned down towards the south, because if it does go down to the South Island, then you can, of course, move off of the cliffside, you can move off these small compounds into the ocean and make your way over. So it made a lot of sense why we were seeing actually a big cluster of teams down towards that bottom side, but KRINSs bang into the center of this zone. That road going to 50-50 split, as well as the slight edge of that road coming through from Farm, as you mentioned, will actually cut off a bit of the bottom towards the top end of that right side of the zone on the east, but it is fairly nice overall for these players. There is a lot of hills, there's a good amount of ridges that these teams can begin to set up against. The problem is if you are rotating late into this zone, that becomes obviously a lot more complex. We are navigating a lot of ridges, a lot of positions where teams could be sneaking around inside of.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're going to start seeing a lot of gatekeeping coming into this. Kasich now with already 6 eliminations, continuing to be on fire. Regnum Karya also doing some really good work there, 7 eliminations, but they are currently very much hurt right now. I'm not sure where they've ended up going. Maybe this is up against Eagles. I'm not entirely sure. No, that is Kasich. And Yakut just running through their full sending straight into the new zone. So far, going well for her. She seems to have made it. That's an amazing feat for her. She is in a vehicle. She's going to be staying that way. But who is in brown? It is Regnum Karya versus Kasich. These two powerhouses of the game so far going head-to-head already.
Yeah, Kasich, though, seemed to be at a bit of an advantage here. 6 cakes as well. The core player, really, here, as we said, of Regnum Karya. The fragger is also down. 1 moment are behind, as they will not be able here, Kasich, to confirm, that elimination. Eagles will be able to take cakes away. And that will also, of course, give Kasich the information that there is a third party on top of that hill. So it is beneficial in some sense, but of course they would have loved that elimination point that they worked on.
Yeah, absolutely. Lakers going out 0 eliminations. That is really quite a surprise, I have to say. Lakers were looking very good coming into this game, but unfortunately just weren't able to make the positioning stick. Regnum Karya, in the end, do go out in 12th place. Now that is huge because they were currently vying for that 6th position, 2 points behind 4th. So for them to go out like this, 12th position, 7 eliminations, but no placement points and lots of opportunities for these teams to surpass them, they got to be very nervous right now.
Yeah, at least with those 7 points, they should be able to guarantee 3rd phase. The team that I'm scared of, though, getting to that 3rd phase is hard to kill. They already are out 0 points. They are now at their mercy and will likely or almost certainly be moved down to phase 2. So very unfortunate for them as well. Here's one moment. still in defense here. It's $1 Million Babies. They seem to keep meeting on these rotations, but $1 Million Babies a big split here as they'll go 1-on-1. Unfortunately, the northern side rotation is not going to work out. Straight into the open, loving arms of PNCR, or the bullet firing arms of PNCR, as they will take that elimination point. $1 Million Babies down to a single, and that zone moving continually in favor still of KI Lionesses, as they will keep this hillside over Pachinki so powerful on especially these teams coming out of Pachinki, and that is the point that they would contest. Yep, I say that. They still are on the other end of the ridge, so they won't have that full information of the city. Definitely their focus, you can see by the positions on this southern rotational side.
Yeah, definitely. I think for many teams, this is kind of the way to go in a sense. Yes, you have that low ground. Yes, it's mostly fields up down there, but you don't have, these strong positions already, foundational, sort of teams that have been there for a while, and then you have to try and take that from them. That's just not going to work if you're trying to come from the low ground, especially. So for teams like this, the south side is really the only side. Eagles Letty getting rid of $1 Million Babies in the end, though, with 0 points. That has not been a good game for them at all, and that is going to cement them into phase 3. So will they have enough time to sort out whatever's going on? I sure hope so, because we know there's so much better.
Yeah, they for sure are as well. Women moment, definitely some mistakes coming through from this team. We have to admit it. Starting though in this last game, there's only 3. It was always going to be difficult. You can see now Eagles eyeing up this final elimination. I think this will be close to the end. They should be able to get this final 5 in time, perhaps. And no, they don't be able to find purple though. And Women moment will fall down. That will be them also outside of this game, but 2 elimination points to the name. Eagle back up to 4 though elimination points now with purple on 2, and they'll continue then move back into the zone once more. PNCR Destiny inside the zone, a complete battlefield in the trenches fighting against Galacticos as they will chuck the nades across. A bit of long range warfare onto the side of Maria, and they will be able to find it straight into the mouth of Galacticos, as that will be another one of them going down to the solo on the edge. And Galacticos, they were also this team, right, inside of the top 4, but with them falling out soon, you've got to believe, can they just stay alive long enough to withstand what these other teams contesting them can do?
Now that I don't know. That's very interesting from PNCR. It's such a difficult spot to really defend, I think, in some ways, especially if a team like PNCR just full send it like that. So if you're even a little bit split and you're not expecting that push to be happening, there's really not a whole lot you can do. So Galacticos had a great game, yes, last game, but they only have 1 point and a solo left. They are outside of zone, and it's 200 meters across the field to get there. So unsure if that's going to be happening for them. Yakut with 1 point and 1 placement point. So GG's to Yakut for making sure that they can get into that placement points range, even if it is just by 1. PNCR down to 1, but they are going to be able to get that knock up. We are looking at Kasich. I'm looking at Eagles, to be honest, and Before You are still a full squad, and they're in Pachinki. They have to move, but they're looking good.
No, I've got my eyes on KR Lionesses though, because they were also the ones contesting this top 4 in Eptura, and they have had this zone all the way into the game for themselves. They've still got the full squad. They've got 4 eliminations also crucially already, so they are looking fantastic to also contest that potential final ticket.
No, absolutely. You're quite right. I kind of forgot they were over here. We haven't seen too much of them in the kill feed at the minute with the ESAG popping off like they are. But now Bonfire are looking to actually threaten this position. And I like it from Bonfire, actually. Bonfire? No, Before You. Sorry. Before You. They're looking really, really good here. It's a great position for them to have. Now they just need Inception to not third party this.
Yeah, Inception are coming in. They're looking for those elimination points themselves. It's definitely all for one here into the squad. They have got a knock, so they are going to need to get back onto their feet with all 4 members. However, KR looking a bit worse for wear. Also, one down on the retreat here is also 2 need to position a very aggressive interception. Zeros, even on a very wide flank here, being supported by the other 2, will be able to continue to push up their position onto the edge of his zone. Fenerbahce, the solo, will finally fall down now in 8th as PNCR Destiny might just be the next ones down into 7th as they are struggling to get out of his blue side. Inception, all the while though, still pushing up.
Aren't they just? It's really just Inception and KR Lionesses. They are the ones with the most players. They are the ones with the position. But the zone messes them all up in the end. It really just said, psych, have fun getting into this one. And it's actually, oh my god, gone to Kasich?
Yeah, Kasich here. Potential opportunity. I mean, it's really hard for Kasich to control this. The advantage they have is that they're all going to be fighting here to get down the hillside, as well as Kasich have this free reign, right? While they're fighting these other teams to also take advantage of them and shoot up the hill onto them. So Inception, they do have to take this slow. They have a bit of advantage right now, being on the edge. It really is up to KR Lionesses to hold this position. However, they also will want to be moving forward, and that will also naturally allow Inception to do just the same as well and continue to move forward into this zone too.
Yeah, absolutely. This has just become a massive war zone, even more so than it already was. You see Logica got her beady little eyes on Diz there. She's going to go ahead and grab her. Yeah, I thought she wasn't going to quite get that knock, but she does in the end. But now the entire team is knowing her position now. Now she's low. The zone's coming in. Oh, Logica, it's turned bad for her. The zone is creeping up quickly. She has to get a move on right now. Nobody can wait to pick up their teammates. And Wolf gets 1800 UC. Woo!
I do. It's not on the code right now because it is before you block in the code, but if you are find this event, you will get it. 1800 UC as much as Inception. Gonna fall down to KR Lionesses here in the fifth position. Yes, Galacticos will also fall down in 4th. There's Shaco picking up inside of the action. Eagles still firing down though. The nades on top of KR Lionesses here as they both look to contest this zone, but look at K6. They are still in 3rd. They still got 8 elimination points. They might not win this game, but they could sneak 2nd if they can keep themselves in it.
Yeah, absolutely. A few pot shots right as the fight starts ending would be phenomenal from them. And I just love this. This is the most intense we could have possibly had this. Kasich fighting for that first place. Eagles and KR Lionesses both looking for that top 4 spot. The Eagles do have 3rd at the moment, but with everything that's been going on, I don't know if they still have it. So this is just about as good as it gets here, ladies and gentlemen. We are looking for our winner of this final game. It might even be Leora, but I'm not going to jinx it.
Don't even think about it. No way does the solo do it twice walking into the zone after they all fall down. I saw it in the angle already. No way does that happen the second time here. That'll be Leora falling down to Eagles. But the Eagles, they give their position away. Leora might have done enough damage for KR Lionesses to give the positions of Eagles away now to know where to fire upon. Yes, they do. Purple is on their own alongside Letty. They are stuck behind one tree. That is all to their name. The blue zone closing in, and this looks like KR Lionesses taking our final chicken dinner of Group B home. They just got to close it in. The vehicle's there for one last ditch attempt to look over the smoke, but it's not going to happen. Purple is going to go down, and KR Lionesses will take the chicken dinner.
I want to say congrats to you, Wolf. You actually got your prediction right. You said, I'm looking at KR Lionesses, and look what they did. They've won it.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely was a little bit of zone blessing, and that's definitely in the recipe of the chicken dinner win. But, I mean, also comes the aggression and comes the smart plays, and that's what Lionesses were able to do, right? They were able to control, crucially, Inception behind them, and as soon as I think Inception fell, there was no longer this issue with a team behind them. They could focus in that one direction, and Eagles giving that position away on Leora really was the downfall at the end.
It absolutely was. It was such a great game, though, wasn't it? I mean, I gotta say, kudos to KR Lionesses. They battled two simultaneous challenges to their position up there with, rightly so, they had the best position in zone there, so they did manage to fend them off. The zone did help a little by moving away totally and causing a few of those teams to kind of panic and kind of go, okay, we need to move now. But it was such a well played game from everybody concerned. It was, again, a super hard zone, I think, for many of these teams, but you know what, the Lionesses were the best for this one, and we got 14 eliminations, 24 points. I'm not going to spoil anything, but I got the overalls before this match here, and I could do a little bit of math, not much, but a little, and it's looking pretty good.
Yeah, we'll put our two brains together and we'll combine them to make a super brain. Like,
nice.
You know how we have, like, you know, the Rangers unite, we can be like, brains unite.
Yes,
like, Caster brains unite.
Yes.
Making one brain cell into two. Let's go.
Yeah, let's go.
322 meters on the longest elimination distance. Takedown on one tap. Getting it done, as we will also move to our match rankings pretty quickly through here. You can see, yeah, KLS is on top of 24. Eagles there on 18. Kasich, Limerence on 13. Inceptiono and PNCR still grabbing their 7 points alongside Regnum, respectively.
Yeah, really even numbers coming in there. Yeah, 7-7-7, 5-5. A lot of teams without any points whatsoever, which is so disappointing for them because so many of those teams are actually doing quite well tonight. But it isn't going to happen in that final game. But it does for some of them. PNCR still taking home 7 points for this game alone. So looking like a big up from them. Will it be enough to put them into phase 2 instead of phase 3? I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. I also worry about H2K, right? Because they also really are going to struggle now on their fight for that phase 3. It's a player focus, so going back to the nature, 8 eliminations, and ding ding dong here. Woo! As we have reached our 1,100 damage mark at the top of the leaderboards, as also D2 from Eagles. Purple and Lee behind them. Kasich Limerence is Lure in 4th, and Logica in 5th with the 2 eliminations and 650 damage.
Very, very nice indeed from all these girls. Again, big difference in eliminations themselves, but super duper close in survival time and even to some point into the damage as well. So looking good on that front. We do see the graph. Wow. There was definitely some big plays and hardly any plays at all. I don't think I've seen a graph this low in a very long time.
Yeah, a very low graph. I think White, the exception, getting caught out there in amongst the early game and Rock. They seemed to be taking that long fight but got coerced together, did end up falling down to those utilities, and that's why they are so low. Lakers, I think, also struggling around that Lepovka fight right earlier on, but I mean, KR Lioness is at top. A fantastic performance. This is what you want from a team who are looking to contest those finals to prove themselves that they deserve a spot in those finals.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, you look at their damage to elimination ratio and it is neck and neck, so you know they were putting in that work to get those eliminations and to just stop other teams anywhere near them. So really, really nicely played on all ends. But we will be moving on to our overalls, and it is Kasich just getting up ahead of the 100-point mark, but Eagles in second, Lionesses in third, Fenerbahce clinging on somehow to fourth place, less than wanted performance tonight. They managed to hold on to it. Regnum Karya, Galactico Sirens, Inception do not make it, but Hard to Kill does.
Darn, 0 points in the last game, but it does not matter. It's Hard to Kill.
Wow.
Stick into that phase 3. They have got to be happy about that. Yeah, disappointed about that last game, but wipe that one away because we'll be seeing them only next week for that last chance to get into the finals. PNCR Destiny, they will be in that phase 2, though, unfortunately, alongside all the other teams on our right side of the leaderboard. None of them eliminated, but all will have to fight on Saturday and Sunday to get into the top 10 to make it through to phase 3, alongside those teams that were also in the bottom 8 of Group A. So that is also exciting. Yes, we might not see those top teams anymore in the finals, but definitely exciting to see how Group A and Group B will fare up. To go back to the top 5 eliminations of Group B of Phase 1 now, Amaya will be taking out the top spot with 30 eliminations. Cake's been moving her way up all day long to 24 eliminations now in that second position. Cat Veins with 23 elims in third. Letty and V-Nature taking up that 4th and 5th position for Eagles and KR Lionesses with 21 and 19 eliminations each.
Yeah, really, really nicely done from everybody there. And Regnum Karya did such a great job tonight. I'm really excited to see where they're going to be going into the next phase. And Cake's just sneaking that second place there as well. I got to say, commiserations, though, to PNCR. They played so well tonight just to be 3 points short of phase 2. So while it's not the end of the road, it is still super disappointing for them. But massive GGs to all these players. What an upset for the final 3.
Yeah, what an upset indeed. Of course, our top 4 teams from each group again move through to the finals. We'll see them at the end of the month in 2 weeks' time. The phase 3 teams, 58th position from each group. We will see them next week and the weekend. And for our bottom 8 teams of tonight and last night, we will see them Saturday and Sunday, same time, same place for phase 2, where it gets heated, where eliminations start to happen in our tournament. It's all been from me, Hunter Wolf, and Neptura for tonight and our phase 1 on PMEWL Mid-Season Showdown. We will see you on Saturday night. Have a good evening.
I think it's time for both of us to kind of just
Darndy. Okay. That Lipovka shooting range, quarry, as I said to you off camera earlier, all are open. Severny, to an extent, as well, is open.
Yeah.
Not sure about Zaki. Don't quote me on that. It's a possibility with this playing path. But my point is that there are loads of different locations that these teams can play on. There is no need, this time around, for teams to be fighting around the early hot drops, because if they have done their research, they should know that these spaces that the top teams occupied last time, earlier this week, are no longer available.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right. You'd think they'd give themselves a bit of a break on phase 2. You know, they could go, well, we're just going to keep to our spots, so we're lots of practice in. It's like, well, but you could just have like a much easier time, you know, coming in. If you go to Gatka, go to Quarry instead. If you go to Pachinki, go to Gatka instead. Something like that. Just kind of give yourselves a little bit of a break. We do see teams going to Severny though, so we do see somebody going there. Oh, it's weird. Wolf, there's Lipovka as well, but we see like 2 teams going there.
Yeah, I mean, Lipovka was one of these locations that didn't get touched at all last time around. Now, the plane path was a little bit of a factor towards this. This time, not so much. There are teams going to be going around there. Lipovka, interestingly enough, has always been one of those areas of contention. NTX also going to be up against here KMG, as they are around this Severny side, if I am not mistaken. So NTX Lady will be moving back here a little bit. It just unfortunately looks like a case of 3 players, 2 got knocked early on the drop. KMG were able to capitalize, and Crystal gonna have to pull off a miracle here to be able to take out KMG. That's what we won.
That's one
But
quarter.
where's the other? That's the other jumping over. Oh no! Oh, if they were quicker. If they were quicker in the reaction, they definitely could have got 2 right there.
Yeah.
I think KMG
should have been knocked there.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, KMG, big mistake there, the way that they tried engaging. The other 2, as you saw, weren't even there to follow up if those 2 went down. But yes, I think lack of reaction speed, the worst mistake there for the side of NTX.
Yeah, that's such a shame because they've not been doing too badly today, have they? They've had some decent pointage, a few ups, few downs, nothing too crazy, but it has been points on the board. So for them to go out first off, within the first 4 minutes of the game is a bit disheartening for them, especially when it's the last game of the evening. But now they get to go early, they get to maybe go to bed early, have some more rest, and perhaps be a little fresher for tomorrow night. But we will see how that is going to be going for them. I'm curious to see where DLR are after that win. They do have one player who is a little bit injured. I'm just wondering, did they go to Lipovka or did they go down to Pachinki? I can't quite remember where I saw them last.
That's a good point. I would have to check the map. If we can get back to $1 Million Babies, that would be lovely. Right now we are on PNCR, just around the George Pole side is where they are currently, based on that minimap. We'll be looting around the crates locations and just continuing. There is a team up there, TPES, if I'm not mistaken, just above them. So there is a bit of contention on the other end of that bridge, but I assume there should not be any closeness towards either of them. They'll continue their looting phases up with respect to each other.
New zone has come in, though, we're seeing, and it was only 400 meters from PNCR's location in the South Georgia Pole area, so I think we're looking for either a center or more northwestern zone coming in here, so fairly chill, fairly easy for these teams before you are currently in zone, if I'm reading that correctly. So they should be good to go as well, but looking potentially to finish up their looting phase and start looking for those early rotations in to a better position, perhaps. Pachinki is a difficult place to be actually holding on to. That's why I like Church more, or those hills. A little bit more of a high ground. You get a little less stuck than in these compounds. So I would see them even just move up to Church, right? Just leave Pachinki alone and just
even
go to Church.
A
small rotation like that. Yeah, that's all you need.
Yeah,
so
even
I would prefer to see that.
Information. Definitely agree. That's some money right there. Do you know what they missed production? You missed the credits. But that was the opportunity. We were like, that's some money into the credits. I know. Yeah. Do you know what else I like in terms of a game though? Of when it's gonna pop up is this mini map in guessing where all these players are. I'm quite enjoying it until I miss out on where I don't know where they are. Then it's not enjoyable. But I like stretching my knowledge again, coming back into casting and seeing where these players are on the mini map.
Yeah, it is fun, isn't it? Yeah, it's cool. I love that we caught Lisa in 4K answering a text message or something like that, just going AFK for a second there. Lovely, love to see it. Lakers Monarchy, looking around. Oh, there we go. Yeah, so DLR are up in Zarki. They're way up there.
Yeah, they are on vacation this game. They are gonna be arriving about stage 3, I imagine, unless they do a quicker rotation, and we'll see them a bit later into the game. Lakers as well, loving this rotation again, coming through to South Africa. I think just being the only team there, it grants you so much vision, and always with a stage 1 like this, they'll stay there to see where the stage 1 zone shifts into stage 2 with, and if they need to stay on South Island a bit more, or if they need to make maybe a bit more easterly rotation. I assume they will do the Eastern Bridge again. It would make a lot of sense to me. I don't see why teams, especially within the same day, would start to cotton on to the idea that Lakers are making this move.
Yeah. No, absolutely, I agree with that. I think the preliminary spot is to kind of take something a little bit closer to the Western Bridge, just not to cross, just as they're doing, to actually just kind of get that information, go up there in case the zone does go that way. That's when teams are going to start to want to come in, so they'll have a head start on that gatekeep potential. If the zone moves away, then yeah, it's not that far to the other side of the island to kind of just do a little bit of a wraparound and go onto the Eastern Bridge, or even take a rotation across onto Ferry Pier. So that's a bit more risky. So I like what they're doing here. This is what I would have asked them to do if I was coaching them. I would kind of go, you know what, no, you need to make sure you're there for the gatekeep. If not, you've got time to go elsewhere.
And in the terms of the specific positions, where would you put your 4 players now on around that bridge to make sure that you cover the most angles possible?
I mean, I think they've done a pretty good job, to be honest. I would probably like 2 on that hill right in front of the bridge. So 1 at the bridge, 2 at the hill on the right side looking at the bridge, and then 1 on the hill on the left, probably. I think that would probably give the most coverage. Maybe even the one on the left hill actually in the compound to really get some teams who may have missed. The other teammates might have missed. So, yeah, I think it's a great place to get a little bit of a spread going and really get that ground covered. So I like what they're doing. Yeah, it's looking good so far.
Yeah, definitely think it's looking like a strong performance in terms of positioning for Lakers. Agreed, definitely with what you're saying here. Also, I think in terms of those teams coming in from the eastern side, I definitely think that I would like to also see them follow along that coastal line. Interested to see where Stage 2 has gone. If it has still concluded a little bit of that South Island in play, I definitely would agree that, we need some look towards the southern coastal line and wrap around, but teams are moving in up towards this hillside. Lakers have moved past, so definitely a sign that the zone has moved quite high up towards the northern end. Is TPS are going to cross straight over on top of the Lakers. They're going to maybe look to stop to catch a couple bullets into them. Solgard's going to drive by the Lakers, and I think, they definitely just don't want anything to do with him here. Lisa also going to do a curve around. Going to stop at the petrol station. It's hard sometimes when we run out of gas, so it has to be done. Even if you are, in the midst of a potential enemy team nearby.
Yeah, you definitely do. I mean, you can't go anywhere without some gas, and as long as they got good prices, you are good to go.
Yeah,
I
she
love
heard.
this from...
That's what prices are.
Yeah, she did. Car montage, let's go!
They're gonna need some. Oh no, they're gonna need some money to repair that vehicle because that car just got burnt.
Oh no! I mean, kudos to whoever. We can't quite see who that is. There, you could, is it? I'm not sure.
Oh, TPS! What the heck? Oh, they're all fallen. Wow. Yeah, I mean, TPS, Lisa just said, well, thank goodness I stopped at the petrol station. I heard carnage over the phone. She's going to drop by now the house alone, a smoking vehicle. You really don't want to take that Jeep further into the game. Going to be a tricky one. But Lisa here, as a solo player, just gotta hope that the zone stays with her and that she doesn't get spotted, basically.
Yeah, basically. That is rough for TPES, and so unexpected as well. They just ran straight into KYS there, unfortunately. KYS, though, not having a great day either. Bonfire Female having a little look-see, getting 2 of their players done and down. Before you as well, going into PNCR, Slytherin are behind Bonfire. It is all going down right now, but I gotta love the DL $1 Million Babies sneaking in on the western side there, unhurt at all. No interruptions, so nice from them. But back to Lakers, also having a bit of a hard time with Yakut now.
Yeah, Yakut just standing in his compound for the majority of the game, and they do just take out the Lakers in the rotation. Dimio does get caught once a second as well. Is that Korka is able to find the extra shot? That has to be the go. You've got to imagine one, right? Or even both here. Yeah, I mean, Gilevla really, Gilevi, sorry, should I say, really is just going to go down. Yeah, you've got to get in. I mean, Lakers, come on. Do they not have a vehicle, or they must not do, because you can see the revives now coming through. Yeah, Yakut are so low, but they just can't get it. Unfortunate, but it happens.
That is unfortunate. Yeah, that's definitely thinking back to how the Lakers usually perform. They must not have a vehicle, because they would have been down there in a heartbeat. So that is really frustrating that they were able to do that and still can't do much about it. But it does give you a little bit of a warning and go, hey, you know what? You might want to be a little more careful playing around us, even in fights. Bonfire got a great spot. I really like this area in general, but for this zone, could be very, very useful. Yeah, we still got a couple of teams gonna have to come through here, so could be very nice indeed. DLR starting to make some moves now. They have to get closer together. It's the north that's gonna get crazy.
Yeah, PNCR as well, taking up this Pachinki hill that you talked about earlier, the other high ground there, really is going to be a big spot for these teams. A lot of those fields in the south aren't really usable at this point in the game. You can see Yakut and Lakers there, as you mentioned. We saw earlier, taking up that hillside towards the south. So you really only have a southern position. So this is why we see a big congestion of those teams towards the north, because the north really is the only utilizable space. Therefore, this zone actually is a bit harder than stage 3, what it makes it out to be. Hoping for these teams we can get a little bit of an easy one going into the night here with a northern shift. A southern shift would be really dangerous for a lot of these movements teams.
It absolutely would, but I think Bonfire and PNCR would have an absolute field day if it did, because there'd be a lot of teams trying to go through them. It looks like DLR and Question Mark both having a little spat over onto the western side of zone. I'd love to see how that's going, but for now, we do have KYS Virtue looking onto Onyx. Now, Onyx, definitely a team that need to pick up some of the slack they've been having in recent games, but the kill feed's just going off. We've got Slytherin, we've got KMG going off, DLR and Question Mark going down.
Lakers even going to take another question mark as well, so it looks like a bit of a kerfuffle down towards that southern side. If Lakers are involved, it's Slytherin, KMG not on that second floor of the building. Slytherin will miss for now. Pew though looking to pincer here KMG in this compound. They've already got the first initial knock. They're of course here Pew trying to prevent the support of the extra one. They're going to spray down into smoke. They see the position, but they lost that person they were covering. Pew just completely forgot the man that, or the, should I say what a woman here that they were covering. And yeah, KMG take advantage of it.
Yeah, they absolutely do. That was a big yikes. She just overpeaked completely. She must have forgotten, because otherwise that's just complete nonsense. But okay, that is a shame. One down for Slytherin. Slytherin continue to fight this.
Porosovka. I had to wait a minute to see how I could pronounce that one, by the way. Is Sesha also going to be moving on the back? Yeah. Sometimes a little hard. Sometimes we struggle.
Yeah.
Small brain moments.
Listen, it's all caps.
It's such a-
It's all caps. It's confusing.
That's exactly. It's always their fault. It's never my tiny brain.
Never.
The one brain cell that we combine into two working. No.
Right. No, never that.
Never. It's KOG Sports are going to be just, I think, holding for now. I don't think they're going to look maybe for a position here. They are almost bringing first hang on, but look at the zone. The zone will do it. Yeah, that's going to be Sliver in there. Going down, is that with a fifth elimination going through also. Sesha did get knocked, however. I'm curious if they will make a revive. It's Bonfire Female jumping into your Wild Pixie. Is Level Up going to be tracking down fire into fire themselves? Oh, this is not where you wanted to be, and they're going to burn down. Oh, the Sliver! They survivor, a sliver of health. Can they get it off though? Can they get the full heal? His balance will also go down. PNCR is going to lose themselves to the side of white. Is they moving onto the rotation on that northern end of the zone? Kira coming up now to the rest of their team is now the other two are PNCR also moving towards it. But look at this third team entering into contention. You can see them in the back. And it's going to look really dangerous here for white. If they stand on this side of the hillside more. Yeah, you can see Kira coming in behind. There it is, before you. They are the ones here to start this engagement. And you can see now white in a real pickle here. The smoke also on the front really halting their movement, their possibility to get away from the pincer. But not really slowing them down. They're looking for Ice Pack on the run. They need to try find this, but they're taking so long, they won't even get it. And now the lane over the top. That's gonna surely spell here white into a solo, into possibly here a retreat. Yeah, absolute rule go stations. Get out of there. It will be before you jumping through to finish off those knocks if they did succeed with $1 Million Babies also inside the smoke, inside those fields as the zone has cruelly gone down towards the south, but Mia will not be able to survive. Battle Blue White going down and Kitty as well.
Oh, that was a big yikes for white. It's really unfortunate because it looked like they were going to have a good game there, but before you just spelling disaster for them, you could now ruining $1 Million Babies game. They both need the points here, but it feels bad when, $1 Million Babies just had a good game. They need another one, but it doesn't look like it's going to be happening anytime soon. PNCR now eliminated with a great name from before you, so that fight up on that hill is done. The zone has moved away from this house now,
gross.
back to the hills. It is.
That is absolutely disgusting. Yeah, it comes out of the fields. Goodbye, GG. It comes out of the fields on that western side, so you've not got the grass there to cover you, actually, and into the road, which is clearly just going to be a blocker, or a pathway here, but it's going to be a blocker either way for these teams from crossing from one side to the zone to the next. So all of these squads are already in an absolute unmovable position here. You can see Yaku just cannot get out of his shed. They're not going to be able to move further. I mean, you can even see where Kami here, they got 1 first aid. I'm not sure how much the other has. They have 3 first aids, so they've not got a lot when it comes to only 4 first aids to heal here either. They're going to have to see if they can survive, what they can loot up as well from outside. Otherwise, they might just be falling out here once this zone moves in. Once they start to get put inside of the blue and the damage starts ticking away. Stage 5 is closing in. And it will close in pretty quick by the time these teams get there. Yeah, unless $1 Million Babies make a big move. This is very bold by $1 Million Babies right now. So is Yaku doing the same though. Both teams know that they have to get out of here. So they're going up to the hillside. They're going for that position. TPS going to fall. In the meantime, Yaku jumping straight in clearly onto a team. They've got to fight. They knew they would have to fight in KYS Virtue. Barely trying to survive off the backside. Here comes $1 Million Babies, the second team in. Disamy trying to heal. They're moving around the tree. It's tree gaming right now. They get it off. How, though, did they manage it? They reload. back in onto the open field. They'll get rid of $1 Million Babies. No idea how they got it, but that'll be the finisher, as it did not hit the floor. Wow, Pixies put them there in another way.
Wow, this is all going down. KMG just backstabbing $1 Million Babies there. Really nicely done before going out herself. That's 5 points total. Yakut with 6. Counting how they went out. Onyx still a full squad, as are before you, as are Wild Pixies. This is such a good game for those that need a little bit more of a point placement, everything. They need the points. That's what I'm trying to say here. Lakers still here, still a duo. Where's the zone going to go? That will decide the winner most likely, Wolf.
Definitely will. Where this zone is going to go, who it's going to favor. It's going to favor Wild Pixie inside of a building. I mean, you cannot get more disgusting of a position. Yeah. I mean, you're coming downhill, open ground there. It's not even trees. There's not rocks there to defend you. It's like grass. Wild Pixie, if they lose this game, it would be criminal. They should not lose this game. 4 players alive. Yeah, that's them. They get cheated. Into the public jail. That's what happens when you win a game like this. Don't do it.
Absolutely.
I see you.
Don't do it. It's just not worth it.
No. Yeah. Before you... Yeah, Pixie lives matter. Pixie lives matter. Yeah. Onyx going to be moving here. Nothing really going on here for the last minute or so, as you can see. Lakers behind him could be a bit of an issue. Yeah, you can see the first not coming through. I'm not sure if that was the wisest decision overall, to be honest. I think Lakers had been guessing about it because Onyx definitely were preparing for a move. So actually making them aware of the position. Onyx, they're not going to push into that zone. The only other way they're going to go is backwards onto Lakers to get a couple more eliminations to go for a wrap around here. Before you're doing the exact same, so they will meet on the middle here, as it will be Onyx just inside of the zone, have that advantage before you're trying to set themselves up. Kolka still is at solo, could still spray in at this angle, by the way, so keeping in mind the lower potential health bars are before you. Should be healing, but they may pop out once the first aids are gone. It's Wild Pixie. Yeah, I mean it's hunting season, and it is Onyx, and it's not Pokeballs they're going into, it's into the ground.
Yes. Ain't it just? Lakers do get eliminated. 2 eliminations, 4th place there. Not bad, not half bad at all. But it really is interesting that before you and Onyx have just both decided to give Wild Pixies the win here by going up against each other. Onyx being the losers of that fight. Not many points going in there for top 3, but top 3 is good enough. And now it's a full squad, a 4v4. But I still think that's not going to go to Beforehand advantage on this one.
Yeah, I mean, they have to take a vehicle each. They have to drive in. It's the absolute only way you get into this game. I see the ideas. They're trying to set up here a wider flank. They're going to set up the smokes. They definitely have the smokes, by the way, to do it. They can set up a really far line, I think, of smokes. Especially if Lop goes down here to Ara. They cannot lose a player here. Yeah, I mean, Ara going down here. They should not have still been in that location. Big knock
I don't
here.
mind that
in the
flank.
vehicle. Yeah, the flank was good. They're going down. You need that flank for when the vehicles come in. Yeah.
Yeah, or you
without
just use the vehicle as a different angle. Yeah.
No, I don't agree with this. I don't agree with this move. Yeah, they needed to drive in, trying to rescue a player at this point of the game. I think this is sealed the fate before you. They really needed to move in as a 3 at least. I mean, if you're going to fall, you need to do something. I see the idea. Yeah, you've got a smokes. You can set up a really far wall, but they know where you are. As soon as those smokes dissipate, you've got a zone coming in. You still now use all your smokes that are going to go down by the time you're prepared again. You've only got 1 vehicle now, by the way, for 3 people. It's so much worse of a position.
Yeah, the only thing is, it almost feels like actually they've drawn Wild out of those buildings. They've had to go to the new zone, but Wild has to be careful here as well, though.
Yeah, they're looking for... So what they're doing is they're looking for a knock, and then they're going to go in. But you can see here, like, it's not going to happen. I mean, if Wild Pixies have, quite frankly, any, like, teamwork here at all, they're not going to step out, like, far enough to be eliminated. Maybe knocked, but they'll just come behind a wall, and they'll still be fine. Yeah. I mean, Skizz is playing a bit with fire here, stepping out quite far. It is a bit of a hunting season with the nades, and they are throwing them through, but I mean, I guess they can do this, because you can't see any of the nades that come through, and it just happens to be like that. Skizz will take them down, and it wasn't a particularly difficult game coming through from Wild Pixies, but it was a win, and it was a fair amount of eliminations, and they did play it smart to hold the building. They didn't get baited out, at least. Before you definitely could have contested that. They I think the moment, they go to Ara, it's sort of just a whimper that they fall away with, but it is what it is. There was a lot of pressure.
It is.
They could have been a bit more aggressive.
They definitely could have been. I think I could understand them going for Arya if they had a couple more vehicles, got the res, and then all pushed. That would have been fine, but they just hung around with one vehicle. They kind of doomed themselves doing that. But I tell you what, it doesn't matter because they still had 10 eliminations at that point in time. So before you getting a lot of points there, it just means that Wild Pixies got a few more. And to be honest, they needed them more than before you does. So a good outcome in the end, and Wild Pixies honestly have stepped up so much today. They have done super well to get that win for the end game. I mean, 23 points is exactly what they needed.
Definitely. I mean, Wild Pixies, I'm so glad they stepped up here. Quite frankly, they needed to. I was ready just to write them off after the first 2 games, but the last 3 games, it's been a steady incline for them. It's not out of the woods yet. To be fair, also well played there to Skizov, getting the longest elimination takedown with 386 meters, and probably from that building, rightly so. And also, if they can keep it up, as we said, to these match standings, the same sort of results that we've been seeing now tomorrow, definitely Wild Pixies can make sure to secure themselves a space in that top 10.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, as you said, just keep that consistency coming. Before you getting 16 points, so not too much of a difference there. It's really just those eliminations and the placement, just a few. You could right behind them 9 points, and Onyx and KMG with 7. I do want to see a little bit more from KMG coming into tomorrow. They've done some good work, certainly. I think better than phase 1 even. But yeah, I think KMG are far more talented than they're kind of letting on at this point in time. I think they're struggling a little bit, which is a bit of a shame because I know how good they are. So I would definitely like to see more coming in from them tomorrow. But yeah, Wild Pixies just bringing it in fully there, and Skies first and third, but no 1,000 damage, but it's fairly even amongst all players here.
Indeed, it is fairly even. I think Wild Pixies, a lot of that damage picked up there at the end of the game, before you also just that position they were able to hold on a hillside. I definitely do like, though, the movement bit before you played around white, and you saw the way that they moved later into the zone. It was definitely a smart way in, so I still think props to the setup that got them to that second position for sure. You can see the amount of damage they did there to get in there. 2100 is nothing to be scoffed at, even they're more than Wild Pixies. Curious about that one on the right side, though. PNCR, a heck of a lot of damage, but for only 1 elimination point. That is about the harshest difference that you've seen in a long while.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I would be spitting nails if that were me. That's rough. Yeah. That is a rough thing to have happen. Interesting, though, you see it across the board, though. Every single one, except Wild Pixies, have more damage than elimination. So there's a lot of fighting going on, even if they're not getting that many eliminations. And looking at the eliminations per team, I think we can see why.
Yeah, I mean, well, when you count it up, right, that's 5 squads, almost 6 squads taken out by the top 2 teams alone. I mean, Yakut there as well takes out another one. You add extra ones up there, that's about 8 or so, so that's half the lobby just in the first 3 teams alone. Wow, Pixies! Who would have guessed it? Not me, Neptura, at the start of today. At the top of the leaderboard. I mean, that's what 3 good games will do you. 27 eliminations, 15 placement points, 42 total, 5 ahead of here TPES Esports, who have slumped a little bit, fair enough, towards the end of today. White Esports in question mark are there. $1 Million Babies, even in 5th position. Before you, in 6th, after that, game 2.
I'm so surprised. This is such an upset from the beginning of today going into tomorrow. Definitely a lot to be happening. I just feel really bad for Women Moment there, because that last game, most of the teams around them had a really good day, a really good game, and they're back down to 15th place, which really sucks for them. But you know what? We saw there was a glimmer of hope for them, so I'm hoping that tomorrow they can just come back and continue that. But top eliminations, Wolf, give me your thoughts.
Top eliminations, I think really just absolutely stole the show right there in the last game. That's what my thoughts are. 12 eliminations after that top spot. Sesha is going to be there on 2nd with 9, and up to 8. So those that were there before knocked out just after that last game. I think also very exciting to see if these teams can, of course, keep it consistent. We've got 5 more games. Keep in mind, after those 5 games, same time, same place tomorrow. Our bottom teams that aren't in the top 10 will be eliminated. The top 10 move on to phase 3 to join those 8th place teams from Group A and B for a chance in the finals and those $7,000 prize pool, 80,000 UC. We're going to see what they can do. We'll see them, as we say, there tomorrow. That's all for me, Hannah Wolf, Neptura. See you then.
So this is a little awkward. Things haven't really been working out well between us, and I think it's time for both of us to kind of just move forward. So this is a little awkward. Things haven't really been working out well between us, and I think it's time for both of us to kind of just move forward. So this is a little awkward. Things haven't to kind of just move Hey, so this is a little awkward. Things haven't really been working out as well between us, and I think it's time for both of us to kind of just move Hey, so this is a little awkward. Things haven't really been working out as well between us, and I think it's time for both of us to kind of just move forward. This is a little awkward. Things haven't really been working out well between us, and I think it's time for both of us to kind of just move So this is a little awkward. Things haven't really been working out well between us, and I think it's time for both of us to kind of just move So this is a little awkward. Things haven't really been working out well between us, and I think it's time for both of us to kind of just move So this is a little awkward. Things haven't really been working out well between between us, and I think it's time for the rest to kind of just move forward.